A white-haired young man roared and swung his sword violently forward, his blade slicing something in half and sending blood splattering everywhere. The corpse collapsed to the ground with its mouth wide open, as noxious gas began to escape from within. He plunged his blood-stained sword deep into the ground. A wave of scorching heat radiated from the white-haired youth's body as he leaned heavily on his sword, trying to keep himself upright. Staring straight ahead, he grimaced and complained, "Damn it!" Corpses began crawling up from beneath the earth, slowly advancing towards him. That sight made him cry out in despair, "Even if my body must endure this hell for so long." His hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly once more. The white-haired youth swung his sword with all his might, roaring in sheer rage, "This slaughter is still far from over." He unleashed a succession of ferocious slashes forward, quickly wiping out the horde of corpses right before his eyes. The white-haired youth helplessly opened his mouth and shouted, "I am the Renwang." A series of sword lights continued to slash down, "I am a hero." After venting his anger, the white-haired youth clenched his teeth tightly, trying to suppress the resentment in his heart. A pair of glowing red feet stepped forward, standing directly in front of him. His eyes became clouded, and blue veins bulged on his forehead with rage. The white-haired youth bent over and roared, "Yen Wang." The man behind him still stood towering and majestic, not bothering to reply at all. Standing beside him, the youth looked miserably small, having to raise his head high to try to find a sense of existence. "What do you want from me?" His eyes instantly sharpened, his pupils contracting in shock. The man was supported and surrounded by a group of guardian spirits, protecting him like a deity. The white-haired youth, as tiny as a bean, still tried to shout, "How dare you do this to a sovereign like me?" The man pulled out a cigarette. Opening his mouth, he exhaled a plume of white smoke into the air, springing away from the palm of the one beside him. He spoke in a cold, piercing voice, "You bastard." A crimson aura continuously radiated from his body. He calmly looked down at him with a gaze of utter contempt. "Hey, you've gone mad." The white-haired youth, standing under the terrible pressure from the others, spoke up, "Do you feel yourself to be all-powerful?" Exhaling another puff of smoke, he spoke once more, "A child stealing things, a monkey killing its rivals." He raised his cigarette, pointing towards the human king who led mankind. Immediately after, the cigarette was forcefully stubbed out in a bucket presented by someone else. But standing before me, his eyes were freezing cold, as if wanting to take my life. "You are merely immortal." The white-haired youth ground his teeth in defiance, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the person in front of him. Hearing the judgment from him, "You are only a mortal who brought about war. A mortal who burned down the houses of innocent people, who beheaded a child who dared to resist." Grotesque arms writhed and reached up from beneath the earth, tightly grabbing his legs. Another hand forcefully gripped his clothes, and the corpse in front of him bolted upright, letting out a nauseating roar. "Yes, you are nothing but a tyrant, lining your throne with human lives." Hearing those words, the white-haired youth instantly went numb, freezing in place. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce straight through the other's heart. "Coming to dig deep inside, but don't you realize it?" At this moment, the white-haired young man cried in silence. His entire body was tightly surrounded by nameless corpses. He waved his cigarette forward with an arrogant look. "Right now, I am the ruler here." His eyes flashed with unhidable killing intent. "Only when the lives you took feel satisfied will you be able to escape this place." Right after that, he flicked his sleeve and turned back, taking decisive steps away. He left him with a final judgment. "So just stay put and wait to be torn apart." In extreme pain, he continuously screamed, "Arg!" Meanwhile, hands kept reaching up as if to drag him down into the depths of sin. The memory of that terrifying story was gradually washed away as a voice echoed, dispelling all illusions. He delivered his final words. Listen carefully and transcribe every single word in this audio file. Focus on overcoming the background music and the fast-speaking pace. With cold eyes, Lu Wang, a soldier of hell, frowned in annoyance and recounted in a gloomy tone. After that, he bounced up, trying to look cute. "Look, that was incredibly cool, wasn't it, Your Majesty?" The ruler and governor of hell, Yen Wang, immediately put his hands on his hips and laughed along. "It's been 300 years already, and you keep bringing it up, making me embarrassed." Lu Wang still smiled brightly and continued, but I will be sad." He was completely helpless against his soldier, asking back, "Ha ha ha, why sad?" He calmly expressed his feelings, "Because you suddenly announced your resignation, and Debay will be your successor, but he still has many shortcomings." Hearing this, he was slightly surprised, immediately turning around to look at him. Really? I thought he was decent though." Lu Wang quickly retorted, "I heard that because of him, many people have to work very hard." He forced a couple of dry laughs to ease the atmosphere. Of course, mortals must toil, like clearing dust amidst the dust. Suddenly, his footsteps halted as the surrounding space grew eerily quiet. Standing before them was a massive gate of hell, covered in terrifying markings. Lu Wang spoke up cautiously, "Right now, what you need to do is begin the reincarnation process." Standing beside him, he leisurely replied, "Oh, I am also a bit anxious." His expression turned extremely gentle as he looked at him. "Thank you very much for assisting me all this time. Even after my reincarnation, I will not forget you." Lu Wang also turned to look at him with pride. "Ha ha, you must keep your word. Reincarnation is no easy task either." He stopped chatting, placed his hand on the door in front of him, and pushed it open. "It is fine, ordinary people can do it too." The door slowly opened under his power, and the dazzling light also slowly crept inside. Lu Wang chirped, "I think I am the same. So please don't cry out of fear." He relaxed even more, laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, no, I won't be worried or troubled because of Debay." The sound coming from outside made him suddenly freeze, his eyes slowly regaining focus. "I'm not worried." Seeing him standing motionless, Lu Wang also noticed something unusual and asked irritably, "What's wrong? Isn't that the only way?" Then it also turned its head to look after him, suddenly blurting out, "Why is it so quiet?" As soon as it clearly saw the scene before its eyes, Lu Wang was too terrified to speak. "What happened?" Before them was a scene once familiar but now so strange that it was unrecognizable. Lu Wang stood frozen, observing the surroundings, then helplessly spoke up, "The flow was originally red blood, but now it has turned into water." After that, it continued to look up at the sky. There was the sound of birds chirping instead of the morning cries of mortals. Everything around here went far beyond imagination, making him burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, this is crazy." After staring at the truth for a moment, Lu Wang finally calmed down and shouted into his ear, "No way, Debay, that bastard, what on earth is he trying to do?" He could no longer keep his cool when he saw the cauldron before his eyes covered in moss. The boiling oil cauldron once used to cook mortals had now turned freezing cold. Things became even more baffling when he saw what was inside. It was rainwater, not corpses. Both of them looked up at the sky and lamented, "Oh heaven, where is Debay?" It was still the same scene, the sky had turned clear blue but remained quieter than usual. He and Lu Wang still stood frozen on the spot, as he began to speak reassuringly, "Lord Yin Wang, you should go back." However, it also noticed the frustration welling up deep inside him. Sweating profusely, it turned and continued, "I do not think you can stay here." Yin Wang was extremely helpless at this moment, his face turning pale. His mouth opened wide, screaming in agony, "Oh, what on earth is Debay doing? What about my reincarnation then?" Lu Wang, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. "You only think about your own business, don't you?" Immediately, he flew into a rage, pointed straight at its face, and snapped. "Do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? Without Debay, I won't have a next life." Lu Wang began to deform, his body no longer round as before. His mouth still struggled to scream out, "Get out of the way!" Only then did Yin Wang feel something. Sensing something unusual, Lian Xiu suppressed her emotions and asked, "Step aside, what is going on? Have you gone mad?" His arm reached out towards Lu Wang, but it drifted further and further away. He asked, "Where are you going?" The bizarre space in front of him made Yin Wang freeze for a long time, then he looked down at his own hands. His twisted and deformed hands threw him into utter panic. How on earth? Why have my hands become like this? Lu Wang used all his strength to yell at him, "I already told you, please get out of the way quickly." Yin Wang had not yet recovered his senses, standing there blankly staring at it. An extremely powerful light began to envelop him. From high above, a pillar of lightning struck straight down at the exact spot where Yan Wang was standing. Helplessly, he blurted out, "Ah, who is it?" From within that shroud of light, a voice echoed, "Long time no see, Yan Wang," leaving him only able to dazedly reply, "I." It seemed as though a dialogue was still continuing within that beam of light. Yan Wang looked up, as if wanting to confirm once more, "You also want me to find Debay?" A hint of resentment appeared in his eyes. "It is your fault, God. You ignored us, so why must I do this?" From within, the voice that only he could hear continued to echo out. Yan Wang helplessly bowed his head, rubbing his neck to suppress his emotions. He spoke in that condescending tone again. "The reason I cannot reincarnate is because the one above does not allow it." Outstanding enough. His feet hovered in midair, "But now I am no longer your man." A sinister smile slowly appeared on his lips. "I have resigned, have you forgotten?" Yan Wang turned around, leaving behind a lonely silhouette. Suddenly, he snapped his head up to look at the sky, his face engulfed in anger. Yan Wang growled in response, "Or are you too old to remember?" His eyes flashed with a deep red. Yan Wang angrily shouted, "Damn it!" A violent explosion erupted right after his words ended. Red smoke enveloped Yan Wang as he stood on the ground. He still stood there, looking up high. The light in the sky began to fade, and the pit of light also gradually shrank and disappeared. Just before the moment that door closed, Yan Wang surged up from below, his hand tightly gripping one of its edges. Immediately after, his entire body gradually revealed itself from behind the gap as he tore open that void. "I am not going anywhere." His gaze grew more and more determined, "But I truly want to be reincarnated, so I will find Debay." The wrinkles on Yan Wang's face also deepened under his wrath as he threatened, "You will pay for this." Right after, Yan Wang lunged inside and ordered Lu Wang, "Follow me." After both of them slipped inside, the giant hole in the sky also vanished. The sky became clear again, with a faint beam of light shining down on the barren land. He and Lu Wang were brought to a place glittering with streetlights, where high-rises stood close together. The two of them plunged rapidly downward. Over time, they drew closer and closer to the street level. Close to the ground, it seemed as if in just another moment he would crash straight onto the street. Yan Wang landed safely, but the cracks spreading across the stone foundation and the surrounding pavement were still unavoidable. He kept his head down, slowly regaining his composure after the impact. Surrounding Yan Wang were flickering flames. He frowned, his lips slightly pursed as if contemplating something. Yan Wang began to scan his eyes around and exclaimed, "The mortal realm, why has it become so chaotic?" Suddenly, panicked cries echoed behind his back. A crowd of people rushed forward in a panic, shouting loudly, "Look, run quickly!" He still could not grasp what was happening, only bowing his head as they hurriedly rushed past him. They anxiously cried out, "Run away, hide quickly!" Yan Wang broke into a sweat as he witnessed the scene right before his eyes. From the midst of the sea of fire, dark shadows slowly rose. Those shadows appeared more and more. Their sizes also grew larger day by day. Then suddenly, countless lifeless corpses roared in unison and rushed out. Yan Wang's pupils dilated as he stood frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. A massive wave of corpses crowded and surged past him. Yan Wang stood rooted to the spot, still unable to explain this bizarre spectacle. Why were they in the mortal realm instead of hell? Suddenly, from afar came the terrified scream of a little girl being grabbed by a corpse. She kept groaning in agonizing pain, it hurts so much." Immediately after, unable to withstand the overwhelming fear, she burst into tears and cried out, "Ah! Mommy!" The corpse stood up, sticking out its long tongue towards the little girl. This shocking sight left her jaw dropped and her eyes wide with terror, completely speechless. Seeing the chaos reach its peak, Yan Wang instantly sprang from his spot and quickly appeared where the terrified girl was. With a cold glare and a swift, decisive strike, Yan Wang knocked down that corpse. It flew violently backward, smashing into the wall and causing a significant explosion. Yan Wang began to inspect the surroundings, the smell of blood lingering everywhere. The other corpses continued to gape, stepping forward one by one. Gradually, they surrounded him from all four directions, their mouths constantly emitting eerie sounds. Even more terrifyingly, several of them had crouched down, threatening to pounce toward him.
Yan Wang lamented, "They have all gone mad."
His voice rang out like the final judgment for the crowd of corpses. Hell has no room for you. His eyes turned razor-sharp, and murderous intent emanated from around his body. It is by no means trivial when glancing at them, daring to harm ordinary people right in front of me. After death, humans become corpses. They are banished to the 8 levels of hell to receive punishment for the sins committed throughout their lifetime.
Repentant souls, after receiving punishment, will be reincarnated into a new life.
Pausing for a moment, Yan Wang continued to speak, stating that it is the law of life and death. His voice grew higher and higher, but what is the current situation? Looking at the corpses baring their fangs and brandishing their claws with glowing eyes in front of him, he could not quite understand. They had all gone mad. Just as Yan Wang finished speaking, one of the corpses opened its mouth wide and let out a painful shriek, its eyes shooting out a beam of light.
A strange light shone.
Right after, a series of other corpses simultaneously followed suit and rushed quickly toward him.
Yan Wang calmly continued. "Yes, what is the use of saying that? They wouldn't understand anyway."
He lowered his head in dissatisfaction, falling into silence. For a long time, these criminals deserved to be punished. As he shouted, Yan Wang threw an uppercut straight into the neck of the one standing in front of him. The target immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning distorted and deformed from the blow. Without any hesitation, Yan Wang continued to strike another corpse beside him. Suddenly, while attacking, he froze because a hand from another corpse reached out toward him. His eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent. The corpse was about to grab him, but suddenly shrank back in fear, its arm trembling violently with terror. Seizing the opportunity, another of Yan Wang's fists struck straight down onto the corpse's head. Its head slammed hard against the ground, motionless. But it didn't stop there. Yan Wang delivered another powerful thrust, lifting him off the ground as blood gushed out continuously. Another punch rained down, his eyes flashing with intense rage. That powerful strike landed squarely on the head of the corpse that had tried to reach for him earlier, shattering its skull into pieces. Once again, the head slammed into the ground, its face deformed beyond recognition.
Yan Wang's blood-soaked fist clenched again.
As if driven mad, he continuously slammed down, causing the surrounding ground to crack.
Smoke and dust billowed up around him.
The surviving corpses also began to panic, stopping their advance toward him entirely. They gaped in confusion, a look of sheer terror flashing in their eyes.
Still shrouded in murderous aura, Yan Wang angrily lowered his head and whispered to them, "Why aren't you attacking me?"
Then he raised his head and looked to the left.
"Don't tell me."
With every beat of his voice, the terrified corpses retreated. His face was now covered in blood.
Yan Wang wore a bizarre smile, his crimson eyes staring intently at them. "In the end, do you want to be crushed?"
Suddenly, right before Yan Wang's eyes, a bright light flashed in front of the crowd of corpses. That beam of light shot rapidly toward him, forcing Yan Wang to quickly lean aside to dodge. Immediately after, a massive explosion resounded behind his back, right where the light beam crashed into the ground.
Lu Wang, standing beside him, asked with a bit of worry, "Yan Wang, are you all right?"
Yan Wang paused, looking toward the pile of corpses and the sea of fire that was burning increasingly larger. The corpses continued to linger around that area, showing no signs of leaving. While observing, he remarked, "The corpses are at a passageway." The curtain of fire was shrinking but had not yet completely died down. From deep within the flames, a corpse that looked entirely different from the rest slowly stepped out. Lu Wang sharply noticed something unusual and called out to him, "The atmosphere around that guy feels a bit off, doesn't it?" Yan Wang also stared intently at him and remarked, "It doesn't seem like a corpse, and the scent of blood is exceptionally strong." Immediately after, a head fell right in front of his eyes. It lay there quietly, without making any sound. The strange corpse instantly grew furious, opening its mouth wide in irritation and letting out a roar. Gripping the weapon in its hand tightly, it glared and rushed forward. Lu Wang, standing nearby, turned to look at him and said, "A worthless bastard like him, I will eliminate him for you." However, Yan Wang still did not show any emotion, his blood-soaked face cold to the extreme. Lu Wang felt a bit intimidated and began to back away, Never mind, you go first. At this moment, Yan Wang's heart also gradually grew cold. Humph, I didn't expect this. The sharp weapon in the corpse's hand lunged right before his eyes, its gaze flashing with a hint of cunning. Afterward, it swung its arm and threw the object in its hand forward with force. The fire generated by his weapon burst violently outward. He remarked, "That thing smells fishy and burnt." Yan Wang coldly curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. Why harm ordinary people? His gaze became sharper than ever, murmuring to himself, but they crave vital energy so much, they want to reincarnate on their own. Then, he tightly gripped that weapon until his blue veins bulged. Just before the weapon could touch his body, Yan Wang caught it with one hand and held it still right in front of him. Afterwards, he coldly threw the iron bar to the ground and stepped forward. No, it's impossible. In the blink of an eye, a deep pit appeared where he had just stood. Reincarnating before being punished is a grave taboo. The corpse startled and opened his eyes wide, completely clueless about what was happening. In an instant, Yan Wang flickered into view right next to him and warned, "Keep this in mind." His gaze locked tightly onto the target in front of him, the successor. Yan Wang clenched his fist, gathering his power, "My only debay." Right after saying this, he unleashed a powerful punch into the opponent's abdomen. His terrifying strength was enough to tear a hole straight through the man's stomach. Yan Wang glared at him coldly and declared, "I will bury you criminals." The very next second, he roared, "Fire hell!" That violent attack completely swept away the corpse. The corpse opened his mouth wide in agony, spitting out a large mouthful of blood with a choked sound of arg. Yan Wang was still unsatisfied and had no intention of stopping. He raised his fist once more. A barrage of powerful punches rained down heavily on the insolent corpse. By now, he had completely surrendered, left with no strength to defend himself. The corpse was sent flying far backward, creating a significant impact when crashing into the wall. Yan Wang took slow, steady steps toward the corpse. While dust still heavily blanketed the surrounding area, he raised his hand and lightly cracked his neck. As the smoke gradually cleared, the battered body of the corpse was revealed. Having no intention of showing mercy, he stepped forward and placed his foot on the corpse's head. Yan Wang coldly rebuked him, "Coming all this way just to slaughter innocent people, you lunatic." He seemed driven mad because the corpse had killed too many innocent people. Why harm them? Just to reincarnate? Answer me. Receiving no answer, he angrily stomped repeatedly on the corpse's head. His mouth still continuously questioned him. Why did you harm them? The corpse's face gradually contorted, his eyes still shining brightly, showing no realization of his mistake. He sprang up from Yan Wang's trampling, swinging his arms wildly to retaliate, his mouth screaming continuously. Kawa! His angry and helpless screams became more and more rapid, as if he had completely lost control. Kawa! Even though he attacked continuously like that, Yan Wang calmly tilted his head, dodging left and right to evade. In his mind, he also thought, there was no way someone who absorbed yang energy could be this weak. His eyes and actions made him raise some doubts about his own judgment. Yan Wang coldly dodged, while dismissing his initial assumption, realizing he had overthought it. The reckless corpse once again leaped high into the air, holding a small stone in his hand, intending to attack him. Yan Wang looked up at his hands in slight surprise. A stone? He plans to get rid of me with that? He pulled back a fist, his lips slightly parting as his gaze grew colder. Ridiculous. Just as he was about to counterattack, suddenly a swarm of other corpses clung tightly to his legs, preventing him from moving. Only then did Yan Wang realize something was wrong, and he anxiously looked down at his feet. Above his head, the corpse was still plummeting down rapidly. His face had become utterly crazed. As if waiting for this exact moment, he violently slammed the stone down onto Yan Wang's head. The extremely heavy impact left him slightly dazed, forcing his head down. Yan Wang felt a wave of confusion. Seeing blood splatter from his head, the corpse became ecstatic, lifting the stone and laughing out loud. Look, ahahaha. He repeatedly mirrored the action, just like how Yan Wang had stepped on his head earlier. Look, ahahaha. The more he smashed his head, the more frantic he became, screaming loudly, Kia-ha-ha-ha. Kia-ha-ha-ha.
Countless fragments of debris began to splatter into the air.
In an instant, a thick cloud of dust and smoke rose up.
Blood also began to stain the ground amidst his maniacal laughter. Kia!
The corpse froze as he realized one of his arms had been severed just a second ago.
His figure slowly emerged from behind the thick smoke. Keep laughing, why don't you?
Under his oppressive aura, the corpse backed away in bewilderment.
At this moment, Yan Wang's gaze was no different from a praying demon. He stared intently at him and threatened, "What's wrong? Die!"
The energy radiating from him burst forth tremendously, enveloping a vast space. The corpse was instantly enveloped by that aura, left with no strength to resist. He opened his mouth wide, trying to scream, but could no longer make any sound.
Yan Wang's killing intent had spread across the entire area.
It covered every nook and cranny between the surrounding high-rise buildings, then gathered into one place, turning into a colossal source of energy. The surrounding fires were also completely extinguished, leaving the city submerged in a hazy mist of smoke. Yan Wang still stood calmly amidst the aura that had caused all of this. He crouched down and propelled himself high into the air.
Yan Wang landed on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building.
Standing silently under the crimson moon, he looked down at the mortal realm like a true demon.
A moment later, Yan Wang spoke with contempt. "How does it look?
I have cleaned up all the chaos around here.
Will you listen to me now?"
The corpse and his gang of accomplices were so terrified that they trembled violently, all falling to their knees on the ground. He struck his hand hard against the floor, then bowed deeply in an attitude full of repentance. Countless corpses behind him immediately followed suit, their entire bodies shaking uncontrollably with horror. They were just like a group of disciplined children, kneeling flat and not daring to make even a single sound. Yan Wang remained standing in place, slowly scanning them with his eyes. After a moment, his expression turned cold, and his icy voice rang out like a sentence, "I shall hand down punishments upon you." Having said that, Yan Wang stepped down and jumped closer to where the corpses were kneeling.
"This is the penalty for evasion and causing chaos."
For the crime of harming civilians, every single word he uttered struck such terror into them that they bowed their heads to the ground, none daring to look up. In no time, he stood right beside the corpse, cold-voiced, "All of these sins are atrocious." Clasping his hands behind his back, he consecutively handed down severe punishments to those defiant souls: 700 years for causing chaos, 2,000 years for evading justice. Those who had harmed civilians were sentenced to 1,000 years. They all fell dead silent as if turned to stone, not a single one daring to speak. Yan Wang suddenly waved his hand, creating a stream of red energy. "Debay, if you don't like it, just say so." His hand clenched tightly as if holding onto something, and immediately after, he violently tore open a rift in midair. A brilliant scene with lush green trees reappeared before their eyes, erasing the image of ruined high-rises engulfed in a sea of fire. The corpses stood up, walking step by step toward that light source. They seemed confined within a new barrier, utterly bewildered and constantly looking around. The leading corpse turned back to look at Yan Wang, making a few sounds as if to double-check. He immediately understood his meaning and replied, "Yes, that is where you will go." He still did not quite understand, so he continued to speak, That made him a bit angry, tilting his head threateningly. "Oh, is there a lot of grass and trees here? So, you will go there." Not bothering to care about him anymore, he raised his foot and kicked him hard in the butt, then affirmed, "To clear the grass." They were extremely bewildered, turning their heads to look at him with agape mouths. Yan Wang completely lost his patience and shouted loudly, "What are you planning to do, you idiots? Just remove the green parts." Surrounding them was a vast forest, completely covered with lush green trees. He turned to leave and left a cold sentence, "Use your own hands to do it." The corpse immediately turned its head, wailing as if begging for forgiveness, continuously uttering low, groaning sounds. The new space that Yan Wang had just created gradually closed. In his ears, those groaning wails still echoed. Lu Wang was slightly bewildered, staring intently at him. Weren't these corpses trying to say something? Yan Wang understood its meaning, so he quickly translated in his own way, "I will work very hard," probably something like that. Although it did not speak out, in its heart, it knew his thoughts very well. "I do not think so, my lord."
However, he did not care too much and changed the subject. Some people escaped earlier, do you plan to capture them? Yan Wang turned around in shock and shouted loudly, what? Why are you only telling me this now? Which direction did they run? Lu Wang immediately replied, the school. Meanwhile at the school, heavy rain was pouring down. The Class 2A2 nameplate was stained with dried blood. It seemed the entire school campus, from inside out, had been overrun by the escaped corpses. In a corner of the corridor, 3 people were stealthily observing their movements. Li Jiyu, a protector monk, spoke up to reassure the 2 beside him, it will be difficult to launch an attack from here, let's find another way. The orange-haired guy seemed unconvinced, looking up and asking, if this continues, will we die? The girl standing next to him also frowned in frustration, questioning, sister, aren't you a protector? Why is your hunting ability so weak? They slowly moved up to the upper floor in an unpleasant mood. The other protectors all had supernatural powers, while she knew how to do nothing. She still patiently explained all their concerns, showing no annoyance, it's because I haven't found any corpse to possess yet, but I will protect you, don't worry. Right after she finished speaking, a group of corpses approached the staircase where they were standing, startling her. A corpse immediately reached his hand toward them, his mouth wide open, and his eyes emitting a strange light as if trying to intimidate. Li Jiyu anxiously shouted, we have been discovered. The students above quickly ran back up the stairs. Still at the back, she tried to scream loudly, run! Run upstairs! Because of trying to hold them back, Li Jiyu was grabbed by a corpse. She quickly grabbed his hand. But her strength was limited, and he kept closing in, forcing her to use all her strength to resist. A student ran ahead, grabbed the doorknob, looked down, and shouted, open the door. In just a moment, Li Ziyu agilely broke free from his grasp and delivered a kick to him. After temporarily handling her situation, she looked up and shouted to reassure everyone around, keep running, I will follow you shortly. Someone tripped on the stairs out of sheer panic, anxiously closing their eyes tight and shouting, look out! The corpse kept drawing closer and closer to her, opening its sharp-toothed mouth wide and leaving her paralyzed with fear. It completely lost the ability to resist, only able to cry and scream for help, hey, save me! Before the corpse could bite her, Li Jiyu quickly rushed over, putting her own shoulder in the way to take the blow. His bite was extremely powerful, forcing her to tightly purse her lips to suppress a groan of pain, ugh. Suppressing the pain, Li Jiyu spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending him tumbling backward. She smiled warmly, helped do it up, and asked, are you okay? However, not all kindness is met with gratitude. She violently brushed her hand away and screamed, damn it, don't touch me. She then turned and ran up, questioning, I almost died just now. Are you even a protector? You're both hot-tempered and slow. The male student who had gone ahead stood behind the door and shouted, hurry up and get over here. Li Jiyu puffed out her cheeks and smiled, her expression somewhat puzzled. If you... She couldn't speak, but it seemed she wasn't injured. The students up above kept screaming, telling each other to run faster and close the door. In her heart, only a feeling of immense relief remained. After reaching the rooftop, Li Jiyu turned around and tightly closed the door, using her own body to block it from the outside. Behind the door, horrific growls resounded, accompanied by continuous, frantic banging. She looked at the door and absently spoke. I'm worried to death, are we doing the right thing? The orange-haired guy frowned, looking at Li Jiyu. I wonder if those corpses can break through the door. She calmly reassured him. Holding them back for a bit like this will be fine. From her pocket, Li Jiyu pulled out a small pistol. Right after that, a signal flare was shot straight into the sky. Li Jiyu smiled at the students. Our senior will arrive here soon, so let's just stand here and wait. But they showed no gratitude at all, only complaining continuously. Oh, I'm so annoyed. The orange-haired guy glared at her as if looking at an enemy. Instead of resolving the situation, are you just standing here laughing like this? If elite people like us die, it would definitely be a huge loss for the nation. Of course, Li Jiyu did not understand why he spoke of himself so highly. She just blankly uttered, ah.
He angrily vented all the blame on her. No, you are just a protector, yet you cannot do anything right. Just a moment ago, because of your clumsiness, I almost died. He tilted his head and threatened, do you know who my father is? If I get hurt, my father. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yan Wang appeared from behind and roared in anger. You are so impudent, with absolutely no sense of respect or order. Si, not knowing who he was, immediately showed her attitude, pointing straight at his face and scolding, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? And since when did you get here? Yan Wang also imitated her, pointing to his own face and asking, who am I? The Yan Wang who rules over the fiery hell. It is indeed I, Yan Wang. Accompanying his every word was the rumbling sound of thunder. Having spoken, he felt as if he was being teased, so he looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, let's talk to each other, Lord God. Are you letting the rain leak down? Ce stood there, understanding nothing, and thought to herself, is this kid crazy? The orange-haired guy stepped forward, brushed his hand away, and snapped in annoyance, hey, are you crazy? Who do you think you are to behave so rudely to Ce? How did you even get here? Yan Wang gently brushed his hands off, bowed his head, and replied, I am chasing a corpse, there is a scent of blood here. He continued to explain his actions and the reason for his appearance at this place. I was wondering what happened, so I intervened. The orange-haired guy thought he was crazy, constantly laughing mockingly. What are you talking about? Chasing a corpse? You? Ha ha ha. Two giant nearby also chimed in mockingly. He thinks he is a protector. What on earth is that weird hanbok you're wearing? Even a beggar wouldn't dress like this. Lu Wang standing nearby looked angry and spoke up first. Lord Yan Wang, let me kill him. Yan Wang just waved his hand slightly, trying to look calm to reassure him. Hey, there are kids here, leave them alone. It's all because their parents didn't raise them right. When their parents die, I will punish them. Seeing that he didn't care about him and kept talking to the empty space next to him, the orange-haired guy grew even angrier. Who the hell are you talking to? Damn it! He approached, grabbed his collar, and snapped, look at this brat insulting our parents, do you want to die? He looked at him with confusion, insult? The orange-haired guy growled, don't play dumb. Right after that, Li Jiyu ran over from afar to stop them, calm down, don't fight. But he still showed no gratitude, glared at her, and yelled, shut up, get out of the way. Li Jiyu did not feel offended and continued, I must protect you. Annoyed by this, the orange-haired guy pushed her hard to the ground, so noisy. Li Jiyu was still unwilling to back down, but the wound on her shoulder made her wince in pain, ugh. Yan Wang stared at her condition and fell into deep thought. The corpse bite was getting infected. Would she be able to hold out until the other protectors arrived? The orange-haired guy kept screaming something, but Yan Wang did not even bother to pay attention. He tilted his head to the side, looking at her. What is this, Ce? The face of Li Jiyu flashed in his mind once again. She looked so familiar. Being ignored until now, the orange-haired guy yelled furiously, look at me, you dog. Do you know how terrifying we are? His face was full of ridicule. If my dad goes to hell, even Yan Wang will only know how to cry and beg. Sorry for not knowing my dad would say that. Hearing this, Yan Wang could no longer hold it back and burst out laughing. Ku, Yan Wang ku. The orange-haired guy completely could not understand why he could still laugh upon hearing his threat. Gritting his teeth in anger, what on earth is wrong with this madman? He continued to laugh uncontrollably right in front of him. What did he just say anyway? The entire surrounding space seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them. The orange-haired guy was extremely confused. Why is he laughing? Am I that funny? Then he raised his fist high, thinking in annoyance, whatever, I'll just beat him to a pulp, Dad will handle everything for me. Lu Wang standing next to him was also extremely furious. Lu Wang roared, Hakong, don't strike him, you bastard. But he could not hear the words at all, fiercely swinging his fist toward him. His fist was smoking, his expression still rigid without easing up. From high above, another bolt of lightning struck down. Looking at those continuous lightning bolts, Lu Wang could only think to himself, revered emperor, it is too late to stop him. However, a variable still appeared in everything. Li Jiu rushed in front of him, using his own body to shield all of his attacks. She tremblingly held Yan Wang in her arms, looking at the scene before her eyes. After regaining her composure, Li Jiu forced a smile and said to him, "Why are you standing there like a statue? You should avoid." However, the pain spread further with each passing moment, and she could no longer endure it. She slowly slid down from Yan Wang, coughing violently. Along with each cough, bright red blood splattered onto the ground. Paying no heed to her own injuries, Li Jiu kept pushing him backward. "Step back. No matter what, I will protect you." She shielded him with her wounded body, her voice filled with absolute determination. Losing someone even once is already more than enough. Despite her unwavering resolve, the wound on her shoulder continued to fester. Seeing his attack fail, the orange-haired guy immediately turned to vent his anger, shouting, "You bitch, are you turning me into a villain? Stop doing stupid things." He pulled a small dagger from his hand, its tip sharp and cold. "Know your place, you piece of trash." He tightened his grip on the hilt like a madman, opened his mouth wide, and rushed straight toward the two people standing there. Another bolt of lightning struck down. Yan Wang thought to himself, "When I see sin, my eyes will open very wide." He easily caught his wrist in an instant. His face was full of murderous intent as one hand tightly held Li Jiu in his arms to protect her. How could Lord Yan Wang just stand there and watch? The dagger fell heavily to the floor, accompanied by the painful scream of the orange-haired guy, "Ah! Ah! It hurts so much." He used his other hand to repeatedly slap his shoulder, while shouting in fear, "I said it hurts so much. Let go of me." Seeing that he still refused to let go, the guy became more and more angry, grimacing and shouting, "Hey, you lunatic, are you deaf? I will kill you." Yan Wang's patience had reached its limit. He turned to look at him with eyes full of killing intent. "Do you think killing me is that easy?" Immediately, the orange-haired guy pursed his lips tightly, not daring to make any sound. Li Jiu collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion, looking up at him in a daze. At the same time, he coldly rebuked the orange-haired guy, "Is that how your parents raised you?" Immediately after, his grip on the wrist tightened even more, making him groan in pain, "Ah! Ah!" Then he struggled violently, jerking his hand away from his voice filled with extreme anger, "I told you to let me go." The orange-haired guy clutched his aching hand and cursed at him, "You bastard, I won't care anymore." His face was filled with extreme fear and confusion, his mouth constantly screaming, "I will kill you, I will tell my dad." Then, he pointed straight at him and let out a chilling laugh, "And your corpse will lie with the dead, they won't even bother to eat you because of your disgusting smell." Ha ha ha. Yan Wang stood opposite him, not knowing how to respond, feeling utterly bewildered. Can't this madman calm down? What are you trying to do to me? Then, he held his head and bowed down in exhaustion. Yeah, why am I even talking to him? He isn't even listening to me anyway. Yan Wang bent down to pick up a small branch on the ground. He snapped a sharp stick from it and slowly spoke. "For a very long time, criminals have always been beaten to a pulp to extract confessions." The orange-haired guy did not understand what he was saying, frowning in irritation and demanding, "What are you mumbling about?" He calmly replied, "I will call its name." Then Yan Wang flashed a seemingly friendly smile, pointing the piece of firewood in his hand toward him. "Look, can you think of any good name?" Step by step, he pressed closer to him, making the orange-haired guy back away in a slight panic before reacting. "What kind of garbage are you talking about?" From afar, that male student excitedly pointed at his piece of wood and shouted loudly, "That's right, Harry Potter's magic wand." He annoyed Ly snapped at his friend, "Hey, shut up." Yan Wang excitedly raised one hand to the sky. "Oh. That's a nice name," and he was driven even crazier with rage by him. "You are dead meat now, you bastard." But right after those words were uttered, he had already circled to the back and used the wooden stick to strike his buttocks hard. The orange-haired guy stood shocked, clutching his buttocks, and spoke trembling. What did you say? Do you understand what will happen to you?" His face was filled with murderous intent, and the small wooden stick in his hand was also enveloped in a dark red aura. "Ugh,
that's right, you will be beaten to death with this Harry Potter. A succession of strikes was swung directly at him. He continuously attacked from behind like a fierce storm. Yan Wang beat him so hard that the wooden stick in his hand even bent, while the orange-haired guy screamed in agony endlessly. Ah! Yan Wang seemed extremely interested in this game, shouting loudly at him, "Tell me, how does Harry Potter taste?" The orange-haired guy was repeatedly whipped on his buttocks, completely unable to resist, only able to open his mouth and cry out in pain, "Ah!" He still did not stop his hands. On the contrary, he beat even harder. "It hurts, doesn't it? Have you regretted it yet?" Lu Wang stood nearby witnessing this, also stunned. Everyone stared with bizarre looks. The students around could only gape, none of them daring to step forward to stop him. Yan Wang seemed to lose control, saying incomprehensible words to the orange-haired guy, "Burn away the sins, Harry Potter. Burn this criminal, ha 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 ha." A moment later, he finally stopped beating. The orange-haired guy immediately collapsed forward. His buttocks had been beaten bright red. He knelt on one knee, pretending to ask with concern, "How is it? Have you calmed down yet?" Contrary to Yan Wang's calm demeanor, the orange-haired guy had fallen into a state of helplessness, only able to lie there, groaning in pain, "Ah. Yan Wang. Put the wooden plank away and look at yourself. Otherwise, you'll be beaten by Harry Potter again. Harry Potter is very scary." Right at this moment, from the other side, Siyi's panicked scream rang out, drawing his attention. "Look," she pointed towards a crawling corpse, "the hand over there, a corpse." The corpse stuck out its disgusting long tongue, and she continued to scream, "A corpse is climbing up." Below, countless corpses were trampling over each other to climb onto the rooftop, her screams echoing through the sky. Ci was so frightened that her eyes welled up with tears, her whole body trembling. "What should we do?" Li Jiyu stepped forward to shield her. "Stand behind me." She calmly pushed Ci behind her back. Ci, as if grabbing a life-saving rope, joyfully cried out, "Sister." Li Ziyu glanced at her and ordered, "I will buy you some time, run downstairs then." But in just an instant, her attitude changed completely. She screamed at her, "How can I go down there again? There are still so many corpses down there." She still analyzed the situation in a soft voice to reassure her, "No, all of them are already here. The opportunity is only at this very moment." Li Jiyu anxiously shouted out once again, "Go." Siyu also understood the situation, immediately turning around and running away without lingering further. "Yes." The whole group of students crowded and jostled at the rooftop door. "Hurry up, wait, go quickly." Afterward, she also turned to Yan Wang and said the same thing to him, "Go with them." Li Jiyu clenched her fists, her resolute eyes looking straight at him, "I will handle them." Yan Wang clutched his head, laughing in anger, "Ha, I have met many people, but this is the first time I have met someone like you." His expression darkened slightly as he looked at her. "Why do you help others without thinking of yourself?" Looking over at the students, he became even more annoyed. Being insulted and ignored, Siyi's vicious face was still clearly imprinted in his mind. "These foolish humans do not know any manners, yet you are still willing to risk your life to protect them. Are you not even angry?" Right after he finished speaking, Li Jiyu stepped forward and struck him hard on the head. He felt as if his head had just been split in half. She continued to speak, "Kid, young people like you talk too much." Yan Wang was stunned. "Kid?" Without giving him time to recover his senses, she advanced toward the crowding corpses crawling up and ordered, "Stop talking nonsense and run down below." While attacking the ferocious corpses, she yelled back, "It is very dangerous here." Yan Wang held his head in helplessness. She is truly unpredictable, just like Duong Tuet. His gaze gradually lost its playful look. "Anyway, you don't have to die, because I am here." Thinking this, he gathered a stream of energy into his palm. Yan Wang shouted loudly, "Lavila Sins, rise!" His attack merged with the flashes of lightning and the endless rain. The light from above grew brighter and brighter. Yan Wang, having received the command, was stunned, "Do not interfere." The information sent to him was, "Go find Debay." Because of this, Yan Wang temporarily lost his focus, turning his head back in complete confusion. In this kind of situation? Confused, he looked over at Li Jiyu, who was still trying his best to hold his ground. What about these civilians then? The beam of light struck down once more like a command. Yan Wang showed clear irritation upon receiving that message. Huh? Do you even care whether I live or die? A mocking laugh echoed from behind him. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. He doesn't even know the door is closed, you can't get in here. Ha ha ha. The orange-haired guy inside laughed gleefully. He pressed his head against the door, laughing and mocking him. You shouldn't smile like that, go die with that stupid woman. Afterward, he and another student quickly ran down the fire escape. Ha ha ha, we have served you so well. Yan Wang stood frozen, watching them, with no immediate movement. Just a moment later, he calmly ordered, Lu Wang, deal with them. It also unexpectedly replied, yes, my lord. Right after that, it vanished into thin air, while Yan Wang turned around to look outside. A corpse, oblivious to life or death, was aiming and rushing straight toward him. Li Jiyu once again rushed forward to shield Yan Wang, making him freeze. She pushed him, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Behind them was still the horde of corpses. A succession of corpses advanced, biting hard into her shoulder and back, causing her blood to spurt out. The surrounding space seemed to fall into absolute silence. Li Jiyu still just bit her lip and endured it. Yan Wang opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Why? Why did you do that? She clutched his ham and hung her head. Do you need a reason to protect everyone? At the very moment she said those words, her face seemed to be covered by a strange light. He was also stunned by this sight, speechless. Yan Wang's eyes grew wider and wider. Another beam of light continued to descend. De Bei went missing. Corpses are causing chaos everywhere, while innocent people are being slaughtered. Looking down at her bloody hand tightly clutching his hem, he questioned, Why did you stop me? He raised his head high, his voice carrying a hint of resentment. O King of Kings, the rules are very reasonable, but innocent people are dying slowly. Countless hands were reaching out to him, his eyes flashing with heavy, sin-burning murderous intent. Yan Wang unleashed the blast skill, sweeping away everything around him, instantly sending the approaching corpses flying in all directions. Yuan Wang seemed to go wild, constantly dealing with them one by one. He gritted his teeth while fighting. I am short-staffed at this moment, but it does not matter. However, please do not stop me. He relentlessly attacked those corpses. From now on, I will do things my own way. He held her in his arms and leaped over the high wall. He muttered to himself, the pay is quite high. Within his embrace, Li Jiyu also gradually regained consciousness. She listened in confusion to his strange words. Sign up for the 4 main insurance policies of hell, and you can travel without worrying too much. Yan Wang flashed a bright smile at her. If you retire, you will receive a pension. In your next life, you will be born into a family of owners. What do you think? His eyes lit up with deep anticipation. As a workplace for royalty, how do you find this? Li Ziyu bowed her head in a miserable state. With sorrowful eyes, she spoke up. That is good, it is truly a wonderful job. Hearing her response, Yan Wang immediately sat her down against the wall. A caring smile played on the corner of his lips. It seems you still have some strength. Hey, are you okay? She spread her bloody hand in the rain, struggling to reply. Yeah. Li Jiyu clenched her hand, feeling a sharp pain in her heart as she thought, it's too late. Outwardly, she still put on a tough front. Well, see you in the next life. Completely contrary to her sorrowful appearance, Yan Wang instantly smiled when he heard her agree. He waved his hand and shouted, No, this life, right now. His fingertips formed a dark red ring of spiritual energy. Yan Wang exerted his power, and hell manifested. Instantly, Li Jiyu's body stiffened as if she had just been reborn. She was brought by him to a completely different space, where the sky was crystal clear and not a single drop of rain fell. The branches here were pure white, and the quiet atmosphere was completely different from the disgusting, bloody scene at that school. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she heard him speak. Speaking of which, you are the first ordinary person to come here. Welcome to the first hell created by me.
The two sat resting under the shade of a tree, as he spoke clearly, "Welcome, my new recruit." As she gradually calmed down, Li Jiyu finally realized her current situation. She cried out in panic, "Hell? You're saying this is hell?" Afterward, she suppressed her emotions, looking around and touching the tree trunks. The tree was indeed massive, truly beyond expectation. Right after that, a strange thing occurred that left her stunned. All the wounds on her body were rapidly closing up. She immediately turned her eyes to him, her expression extremely certain. "Then please accept me as your person, you." "Oh no, boss, who are you?" He still leisurely spun the red bracelet on his hand, then with an idle, playful demeanor, he walked towards her and replied with a smile, "I am the great Yan Wang." Amusement flickered in his eyes. "You can call me Lord Yan Wang. Do you still have doubts about me?" Even at this moment, she still couldn't accept that truth, shouting straight into his face, "Are you really Yan Wang? Seriously?" Yan Wang took her hand and asked softly, "What is your name?" Holding his hand, she also bowed her head and replied, "I am Li Jiyu." Right after that, he tied the red thread to her wrist. "All right, Li Jiyu, now you are on equal footing with the gods." Then, he solemnly made a decision: you will not grow old, you will not die. Finally, he even pretended to cover his mouth, as if revealing a secret: "You will be immortal." But Li Ziyu did not believe him at all, silently cursing in her heart that it was all a lie. Yan Wang, completely unaware of her thoughts, smiled seriously and asked, "How is it?" Li Ziyu also went along with it, pretending to be excited. It's really beautiful." She raised her hand to observe the red thread. "What is this?" Right after that, Yan Wang did not answer but looked up at the sky as if waiting. Perhaps the time was drawing near. A brilliant light appeared in the sky, and he thought to himself that it was time to leave. Yan Wang squeezed Li Jiyu's hand, while she still wanted to know what that thing was. "That is the thread of life." She stared blankly, her mouth agape. "Life, destiny, listen carefully." He raised his hand to explain, "Without it, you cannot survive here." Having said that, he emphasized once more, "cannot survive." She opened her eyes wide, looking at him, Lord Yan Wang. But before she could finish, he cut her off. "There is no more time." Li Jiyu still stubbornly shouted, "If I don't have this, we will have to part." Yan Wang shut his eyes tightly, his brow furrowing. "No, it's not like that." He opened his eyes mockingly and made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. "It is the end." After that, her consciousness gradually faded. Countless urgent voices calling her name echoed, "Jiyu, Jiyu, Li Jiyu." Gasp! She suddenly opened her eyes. Minhao's face instantly zoomed in right in front of her field of vision. "Jiyu, you're awake." Li Jiyu sat up in a panic. Senior Minhao, he... Minhao also leaned down, bringing his gaze level with hers. "Thank goodness you're awake. Your eyes were closed so tightly that I was worried to death." At this moment, Li Jiyu was still flustered, not understanding what was happening. "What happened? I just had a dream." She rested her hands on her knees, slowly standing up. "Why did you come here?" Minhao tilted his head in confusion and asked back, "I saw your signal. Thanks to you, no one lost their lives." Then he looked toward the people clearing the scene. "From now on, we will take care of clearing the corpses like you see there." Li Jiyu didn't pay attention to that and immediately turned to ask, "The students?" He quickly understood her meaning, smiled, and replied, "The students you saved?" He began to recount what he saw. "They are hiding in the classroom, but something is a bit strange." She was also slightly bewildered. "Strange?" He replied vaguely, "Well, the orange-haired guy was covered in sticky stuff, huddling in the corner of the room, and a few others. Covered in something, as if licked by some giant beast." Li Jiyu asked back in disbelief, "Licked?" Minhao just laughed. Seriously?" He then continued, "So, first of all." Li Ziyu silently recalled what she had just gone through. Yan Wang had laughed maniacally. "Do you think you've seen Harry Potter? This is not a dream." She raised her hand again to look at the thread of life, silently confirming that this was indeed the thread of life. Then, Li Jiyu quietly turned around, her entire body trembling slightly. None of this was a dream. Suddenly, the voices of a group of people called out to her from behind, "Li Jiyu." Fa Shuya frowned in annoyance. "Are you done yet?"
Are you hurt? She immediately turned her head back and hastily reassured them, Senior Fa Shuaya, no, I'm fine. Since Lord Yan Wang has arrived, though there was a slight delay. Then she bowed her head to her, thank you for worrying about me. She immediately retorted, shut up, who is worrying about you? After that, Fa Yuanya tilted her head to avoid her, if it weren't for the matter of ability, I wouldn't bother asking about you. She quickly brushed past her, remembered to go to work on time. Li Jiyu lowered her head, feeling a bit upset, yes, I understand. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Minhao stepped forward to ease the tension. He flashed a smile to dispel the heaviness, don't be too stressed, the senior really cares about you. Li Jiyu immediately changed her attitude, really? He also quickly replied, yes, she even came here right away just now. She was still a bit anxious, is it not because of work? He continued to reassure her, no, it's not. The two walked out together towards the orange car. Minhao stepped up to say goodbye, you can go home early today, see you tomorrow. She happily replied, thank you, senior. The car quickly left the area. Li Jiyu sat inside the car, looking out, her face filled with contemplation, thinking that the children were safe. Then her eyes were drawn to the red string on her hand, which was this thread of life. She remembered the moment he tightly held her hand before she fainted, which was the end. Her gaze briefly turned to panic, wondering what would happen to her. While she was still confused, Lu Wang, who was sitting next to her, suddenly spoke up, you have signed a contract with hell. His sudden appearance startled her, making her scream so loudly that the whole car jolted. The driver anxiously turned his head and asked, customer, are you okay? She quickly smiled awkwardly, yes, it's just a bug. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After handling the driver, Li Jiyu turned around, covered her mouth and whispered, who are you? Lu Wang understood her state of mind well, so he did not beat around the bush and answered immediately, I am the assistant of Lord Yan Wang, Lu Wang. She shyly turned her head away, showing she understood the situation, I see, other people can't see you, right? Lu Wang reassured her with great pride, don't worry, ordinary people cannot see me. Li Jiyu seriously turned her head to speak to him, so, Mr. Lu Wang. He immediately jumped up and screamed, that sounds creepy, just talk to me normally. Li Jiyu was no longer too tense, so she spoke her mind, Lu Wang, where is Yan Wang? He honestly replied, he went to the place of those students. Li Jiyu was slightly surprised, students? Really? Lu Wang snorted and smiled awkwardly, ha ha ha, Yan Wang went there in person so it will be finished quickly. Li Ziyu was so worried that cold sweat broke out. She was recalling his extremely terrifying appearance, with his mouth wide open and his long tongue slightly sticking out to intimidate. Suddenly, she rushed forward and tightly grabbed the driver's seat, Li Ziyu's face looking extremely unpleasant at this moment. In another place, Yan Wang had just landed on the ground, raising his head to look at the high-rise building in front of him. He stroked his chin, exclaiming in slight surprise, whoa, it is really huge, unbelievable, will it be easy to handle? But he did not hesitate for too long and stepped directly inside. Now you cannot hide anymore, just wait and see. Yan Wang stood quietly in a corner, watching the people ahead pass through the automatic door. He was not very sure about using that term. Was that the main gate? He saw it was open. Then he suddenly let out an exclamation, making the person walking ahead turn back in confusion. The mortal realm is indeed fascinating. He was walking straight toward the glass partition, so the other person quickly called out to stop him. Hey, wait, that side is not the door. Yan Wang smiled, looking very confident, hey. But in the very next second, his face was pressed tightly against the transparent glass, making a loud thud sound. The door cracked heavily under his impact. Yan Wang still did not realize anything was wrong, simply shattering the glass and stepping inside as if it had just been opened. The person standing next to him gasped in shock. People around also turned their heads in panic to check the situation, unable to comprehend how he could easily smash the highest-grade glass. Yan Wang opened his eyes in confusion, wondering why the door didn't open by itself, and questioned why everyone looked so shocked. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes, as if telling them they could leave now. The staff there screamed in panic, reporting an intruder and urging to trigger the alarm.
The surrounding scene instantly descended into utter chaos, filled with the terrified screams of everyone. On the upper floor, Bayu curiously looked down and muttered in a daze, "Oh my!" Bayu, not being serious at all, laughed and joked, "What is this?" Her eyes clearly showed interest in the scene that had just occurred. She silently wondered why that person possessed such terrifying strength. Yan Wang still exuded overwhelming killing intent, standing motionless like a statue below. This made her wonder if that was truly Yan Wang. In just a moment, he raised his head to look directly at her, making her startle slightly. "Hey!" She stared at him and exclaimed, "Oh wow!" But right after that, his figure gradually blurred as their eyes met. Yan Wang stepped heavily on the ground, and in an instant, he appeared on the railing. Blocking right in front of her, Bayu was momentarily stunned, visibly startled. The people below were still bewildered, not knowing why he had disappeared, while she also secretly marveled that he had stepped out in such a brief moment. Yan Wang was still deep in thought, while she immediately confirmed in her heart that it was indeed him. Yan Wang frowned tightly, staring intently at her, making Bayu feel a bit nervous, not understanding why he was looking at her so fiercely. To break the heavy atmosphere, Bayu had to tilt her head and offer a smile to start a conversation. Is there something wrong?" Right after that, Yan Wang pointed his finger directly at her face. Thinking he had realized some truth, she instead heard him ask, "Who are you?" Bayu felt amused, tilting her head and replying, "Ha ha ha." The more she laughed, the more uncontrollable she became. "Mr. Yan Wang, you are still the same, you still cannot remember other people's faces." Bayu's gaze gradually sharpened, "So, since this is the first time we meet, let me formally greet you." Putting away her playful demeanor, Bayu seriously introduced herself, "My name is Bayu, back when I was in hell." Before she could finish, a shout broke the silence, "Shut up! I told you to do it, so just do it." "But young master." The orange-haired guy led his people in, shouting loudly, "Answer me, did you bring the things I told you to?" The surrounding servants tried to explain, "I have brought them, but—" He roared once again. "Shut up! Don't try to lecture me. What will you do if that happens again?" That shouting really caught his attention. Yan Wang looked down with a grim face, "Found you. Brat!" Yan Wang immediately leaped down from the railing, "I'm off." But Bayu quickly grabbed his hand. Her face was extremely serious. "That boy, you are looking for him. But could you listen to me for a moment before you act? Is it really necessary to punish him?" Before she could finish, he answered decisively, "Yes." Bayu tilted her head in surprise. "What?" He slowly replied, "You still don't understand." Yan Wang made his stance clear, "Judges or guards may have eyes." It was as if nothing had happened, and they had turned their backs. He was extremely firm in his decision. That matter was of no consequence, or they could say those words, but as for me, I will not let it slide. Yan Wang is always the one who punishes criminals. As he said those words, he angrily glared at her with an extremely intense look. The painful face of Li Jiyu in the rain surfaced in his memory, making his gaze even more determined. Many good people have already had to suffer. Bayu did not seem to understand what on earth had happened, so she could not say anything more, only standing there in silence. In just a brief moment of her distraction, Yan Wang instantly disappeared without a trace. Yan Wang appeared right in front of the orange-haired guy and his gang. He was still the same. He pointed his finger in panic straight at his face. You, I'm sure I locked you outside." Yan Wang still smiled warmly and replied, "Kid, did you think I couldn't get out? I told you so." His eyes flickered with a dark gleam. "If you don't repent, you will be visited by Harry Potter as well." Just as he finished speaking, Yan Wang pulled out a wooden wand hidden in his coat and pointed it straight at him, making him shrink back in fear. Bayu looked down from the upper floor, completely unable to understand what was happening below. Harry Potter? She still tried to lean down to observe the situation further. What on earth? Immediately after, the orange-haired guy panicked and retreated, leaving the two bodyguards standing there dazed. Ugh! He was so scared that he fell backward, his eyes welling up with tears. "PL, please don't." Even she didn't think he would be this terrified, but it was certainly effective. Another bodyguard walked over from afar, pointing his finger straight at him. That's him, capture the intruder immediately. A crowd of bodyguards and security guards rushed forward simultaneously. Get him.
Beat him. The intruder.
Suddenly, an arm was slowly raised high. Everyone instantly froze, all movements grinding to a halt. She smiled radiantly and ordered, "Leave him alone, he is not an enemy." With just that single sentence, all those who were about to rush at him turned around and left.
Understood, do whatever you want.
By you, from upstairs, loudly cheered down below.
Lord Yanwang, please do whatever you want.
Yanwang was slightly surprised, thinking she seemed to be a good leader. He looked towards her, a question arising in his mind.
Who is that, and why do they listen to her like that?
At the very next moment, the orange-haired guy scrambled to his feet and ran for his life.
Ugh!
The bodyguard standing nearby also cried out in panic.
Young master!
Seeing this, Yanwang immediately pouted in annoyance.
Running away again.
A bodyguard immediately reached out to stop him.
Stop!
He is the son of Chairman Zhang.
Yanwang only spared him a glance, his expression showing complete indifference.
This made the bodyguard lower his voice threateningly once more. It seems you still don't understand the situation. He raised 3 fingers toward him and began to explain that his father was the chairman of Jiangcheng Group, one of the 3 largest conglomerates in South Korea, highly influential in the business world.
Hearing this, Yanwang became even more annoyed.
When he asked back once again, the two of them replied to each other like a chicken talking to a duck.
Huh, still don't understand?
Not bothering to explain further, he directly reached out and grabbed his collar.
Don't touch the young master.
But that imposing manner did not last long. He was quickly bent backward by his arm, screaming in pain, "Get lost!" He still tried to exert his strength to throw him over his shoulder, yet he did not budge even a single bit.
Am I not dreaming?
The bodyguard gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. "I will throw him down." He used so much force that his entire arm bulged with green veins.
But why isn't he moving at all?
The weight gap between the two sides is just too large. Yanwang had completely run out of patience. He spoke while squeezing the bodyguard's wrist. "So you want me to respect that guy just because he is the son of someone from the high class?" He turned around, a contemptuous smile appearing on his lips, amusing indeed. The bodyguard was in so much pain that sweat poured all over his body, his teeth clenched tightly because of.
Terrified, is this kind of power even human? Do you want me to believe that having talent and power is everything?
Yanwang glanced at him with disdain and laughed. Cut the chit-chat, kid, got it? He brushed his hand over him, then turned around to leave. If you think that way, then is it natural for wealthy people to commit crimes? You don't have a foolish brain and ruined limbs, so why be so short-sighted? Before completely leaving, he looked back at him once more. You think the world is naturally like that, but it is not. Have you cleared your mind yet? The bodyguard, still defiant, clutched his aching wrist and called after him. Ugh, freeze right there. Then, he yanked his own collar, roaring in anger. You think only you protectors have beast armor? Instantly, his shirt was torn open, and the buttons burst outward from the violent pull. Hearing the movement behind him, Yanwang turned around to look. The bodyguard had now transformed into a rather hideous form, with his six-pack abs clearly visible. Clenching his fists tightly, he gathered an extremely powerful force. The bodyguard had turned into a cyborg-like form, his entire body covered in steel armor, possessing the Iron Fist ability. After the transformation, his gaze became much more determined. His entire body stilled, exhaling heavy, panting breaths. The bodyguard clenched his fists and slammed them hard onto the floor. Right after, he accelerated, rushing towards Yanwang at a blinding speed. His agile eyes registered his opponent's every single movement. Before the bodyguard could land a hit, Yanwang swiftly spun around and deflected the attack. His iron fist absolutely could not penetrate his defensive shield. He continuously unleashed a barrage of rapid punches at Yanwang, while he stood still, taking all the blows. A moment later, he managed to push him back a considerable distance. The bodyguard raised his solid, power-packed fist once again. He delivered an extremely heavy blow to Yan Wang, sending him flying.
Yan Wang spun several times in midair before landing.
In midair, his body also followed the force and retreated backward, without making any counterattack. A violent collision occurred, and dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring everything around. The bodyguard clenched his fist, looking at him with contempt. How's that? He smirked and thrust his fist forward as if to show off. This is my true ability, the steel fist. But reality did not turn out as he expected. A voice rang out, instantly shattering his illusion of defeating Yan Wang. What a pity! He quickly grew angry and barked back. What are you talking about? Baiyu rested her chin on her hand, smiling gently. Look behind you, what a pity for you! The bodyguard was still looking up. Meanwhile, from behind him, Yan Wang had quickly closed the distance. His eyes flashed with a hint of cunning and murderous intent, his voice dropping low like a judgment. Criminal. Upon hearing Baiyu's reminder, the bodyguard quickly turned his head. But right behind him, what awaited was his massive fist flying straight towards his face. Yan Wang unleashed an extremely powerful blow, striking the bodyguard directly. A look of clear annoyance flashed across his face, and he muttered in complaint, "This is indeed harder than I thought." The bodyguard was not injured by that attack, but still showed a hint of surprise. "You little brat, how can you still stand up normally?" He opened his mouth wide, channeled all his strength into both hands, and shouted, "Get crippled, kid!" A series of his iron punches rained down heavily on him once again. However, this time, Yan Wang was ready. He also continuously threw counter punches back at him. All of his attacks were easily neutralized by him. Yan Wang's hand gently blocked and grabbed the bodyguard's hand. He struck while gritting his teeth in frustration. Absurd! His face became clearer and clearer before his eyes. Can he really handle everything with just one hand? Yan Wang asked, "Are you wearing a shroud?" He frowned, his voice full of curiosity. "You humans are only good at playing mad." Immediately after, Yan Wang threw a powerful kick high up, striking straight at the bodyguard. A familiar flash of killing intent gleamed in his eyes again. Yan Wang spun around, delivering another kick to him. He continuously attacked the bodyguard. "Take your punishment." He broke into a cold sweat, and his vision began to blur. He raised his voice in warning once more, once the fist of. He had swung his hand. For the next 3 months, there was no hope of him showing his face again. Yan Wang continued to raise his arm, preparing to strike down. A massive amount of his strength had been concentrated into his palm. By this time, the bodyguard also realized he had fallen into a disadvantage. He frowned inside, silently admitting that he had been defeated by this sheer strength, speed, and destructive power. Who on earth was this kid? Before receiving the final blow from him, the bodyguard once again confirmed that thought. This was absolutely not on the level of a human being. A second later, thick dust and smoke billowed up, and blood splattered along with it. Standing high above, Baiyu could only see the white smoke mingling with bright red patches. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed the bodyguard headfirst on the ground. The surrounding floor was also slowly cracking apart. Baiyu widened her eyes in admiration. Its move is so amazing. But it seemed Yan Wang's hand gently opened and then clenched again. He withdrew his fist, looking down. It has grown weaker than before. He softly called, "Baiyu." She quickly regained her composure and replied to him, "Ah, yes, Lord Yan Wang." Yan Wang frowned in confusion, looking at her and asking, "Why do humans wear shrouds?" "Shrouds are clothes for the dead, aren't they?" She just waved her hand gently, indicating that this was nothing surprising. "This is not very strange, milord, it is just to protect the body." After that, Baiyu turned around and slowly walked down the opposite stairs. Baiyu continued to explain to him that humans had to live alongside the dead for more than 20 years, and it was extremely difficult for them to protect themselves. Yan Wang was still not satisfied with that answer. He frowned in displeasure. "Then just fight each other. What is the point of wearing a shroud?" Baiyu calmly reminded him once again, "Lord Yan Wang, humans are inherently weaker than the dead. While crossing the river Styx, scaled monsters will devour the dead. Evading for hundreds of years, trying not to be crushed, they also cultivate the land while dragging heavy objects weighing over 100 pounds. The greater the severity of the crime and the longer the detention period of a dead person, the more advanced a human they will eventually become. However, some people regretted it and lent the shroud to humans. That is the reason why humans can fight back against the dead. She waved her hand as if it were obvious. Becoming a protector and driving away the deceased, just like that protector earlier, everyone will eventually have their own path. Having said that, Bayu looked at his slightly twitching face with confusion. What is with that expression of yours? The shroud is an absolute necessity. From afar, Lu Wang and Li Jiyu also appeared. He spoke up to remind them, let's get to the main point, Yan Wang isn't usually that foolish. Hearing the familiar voice, Bayu turned her head and exclaimed, "Oh, Lu Wang." He also happily replied to her, "Long time no see, Bayu." The two quickly forgot what they were doing and immediately jumped into a conversation. "Oh, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" "Exactly how many years has it been?" "It seems like 300 years already." Yan Wang was extremely surprised to see this, pointing at her and asking, "Huh, what? Lu Wang, do you two know each other?" Only then did Lu Wang realize the situation and asked back, "Lord Yan Wang, don't you recognize her?" Bayu had no choice but to laugh awkwardly. "Ha ha, it has been a long time since we last met." Yan Wang angrily shouted, "How could I possibly recognize her? She is a human, a human." But Lu Wang immediately shattered his seemingly reasonable excuse, "You are not a human either." After a moment of conversation, Bayu noticed there was someone else present. She pointed at Li Jiyu and asked, "But who is that?" Li Jiyu understood she was referring to him, so he raised his head and replied, "Ah, hello, I am Li Jiyu." She was still curious, "A human?" Bayu's expression grew more and more confused. "Isn't she the protector for with us?" Lu Wang also nodded and explained, "That's right, she still has her own questions." "An acquaintance of Lord Yan Wang? What's going on?" Lu Wang was so awkward that sweat poured out. "It's a long story, now she is in a situation similar to mine." Hearing Lu Wang's brief explanation, Bayu looked at her with tears in her eyes. "Oh my, she's so cute." Yan Wang thought in confusion, "Empathy?" He immediately pointed at Bayu and shouted, "Why sympathize with her? This is God's workplace, you rascal. The benefits are good, right? Reveal your identity, let the newcomer hear too." Bayu helplessly covered her mouth, thinking to herself, "Lord Yan Wang is so curious." Even so, she slowly introduced herself, "I am the representative of the 12th zodiac sign, Bayu." She placed her hand solemnly on her chest, "Axis zodiac, my position in hell is a follower of Debay." She continued, "I had just regained consciousness when I found myself here." But he quickly interrupted, "Do you know where Debay is?" Bayu showed clear helplessness, "No, I don't." Yan Wang painfully held his head and cried out, "Ah, I thought I would easily find him." Seeing him like this, Bayu also spoke up to reassure him, "I'm sorry, I couldn't be of any help to you." Yan Wang didn't mind, just sat down, rested his hands on his thighs, and bowed his head helplessly. "Alright, this is not your fault. More precisely, this is Debay's problem." His eyes briefly flickered with sadness and disappointment. "Think about it, why did things turn out this way?" He sat down, slowly starting to calm himself down to think things through thoroughly. "I'm not sure if something has happened to Debay." This ambiguity made him think. After a moment, Yan Wang also reached a conclusion. Was Debay doing this on purpose? But he immediately dismissed that thought. Painfully covering his face, he muttered to himself that reaching a conclusion now was too hasty. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Are you lacking information?" He instantly snapped out of it, widening his eyes as he looked forward. Without him realizing, Bayu had sat down across from him. A hint of slyness flashed in her eyes. "To overcome this situation, I have also tried to search for many ways." She held a piece of paper with some notes in her hand and said, "This will surely be useful to you." Thanks to her support, Yan Wang's mood significantly improved. He excitedly suggested, "Hey, you do great work, do you want to keep going? Would you like to work at God's place?" She could only laugh helplessly. "Ah, I must decline." Despite being rejected by Bayu, he still immediately took the paper from her hand and laughed awkwardly. "Ha, you are so dry.
Are you refusing because of debate?
Bai quickly changed the subject, but where did the person named Li Jiyu go?
I don't see her.
He leaned down, curiously looking at the item he had just obtained.
Ah, that new employee? I sent her on a mission. Bai looked confused and asked back, a mission? Yeah, Yan Wang replied casually. Oh, it's just a simple mission.
On the Grand Avenue at this moment, sunset had fallen, and the flow of people passing by was still extremely crowded. Li Jiyu was chasing after the orange-haired guy, while he cried and screamed as he fled, "Ah, save me!" She also chased from behind, shouting, "Hey you, stop!" Passers-by saw the two chasing each other in panic, so they stopped to watch in confusion.
What is happening over there? Playing tag? Or are they filming a movie?
She began to recall the moment he placed a wooden stick into her hand and instructed, "Take it."
At that time, Li Ziyu was completely bewildered. Is this Harry? What is it? Harry Potter? Ah, Harry Potter. She looked up at him in confusion. What am I taking this for?
But he calmly replied, "Don't let that punk beat you." Yan Wang put on an air of superiority, pointing at her and explaining, "Did you forget that you almost died because of him?
This is a special benefit, so complete the mission. If you don't do it, I will."
Li Jiyu was stunned for a long moment. "Fine, but what exactly am I supposed to do when I find that student?" Before he could answer, Baiyu called out from a distance, "Lord Yan Wang, please come over here."
He also turned his head to look over. "Oh, wait a moment, I'll be right there." As he walked away, Yan Wang relayed the instructions of what she needed to do.
"The job is simple enough, just wave the Harry Potter wand while shouting out loud like this." Li Jiyu had to use all of her brain cells to recall his movements, while puffing out her cheeks, dancing, and spinning around to cast the fire spell on the culprit. That action left the passers-by frozen in daze. In the distance, the orange-haired guy continued to run for his life. Being stared at to the point of blushing with embarrassment, Li Jiyu felt extremely ashamed. She recalled Baiyu's expression when she heard him assign the task to her, and suddenly understood why she had felt so sorry for her.
This is truly a scam company.
While she was distracted, Li Jiyu suddenly bumped straight into someone. She immediately jumped back. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." The other person just gently turned his head. "It's fine, I was."
But the moment he saw Li Jiyu, his attitude instantly changed. "Li Jiyu."
She was quickly frightened by his terrifying face and screamed out, "Ah!"
Faunya glared and questioned her, "Why are you here? Don't you understand what resignation means?"
She could only repeatedly reply, I'm sorry." However, he showed no mercy.
Faunya grabbed her collar and lifted her up. "Are you dead, huh?"
He dragged her behind a large wall. "Perhaps this way is better."
Li Jiyu spoke up in utter confusion, "Senior."
His expression turned serious as he glanced at her. "You have to help me." Li Jiyu slowly looked up with her clear eyes. "What should I do?" From afar, the rapid footsteps were also getting closer. A stranger was slowly walking towards where the two of them stood. He wore a bell on his hand, a mischievous smile on his face.
Faunya ordered in a stern voice, "Right now, we..."
Looking at the approaching figure, she gritted her teeth and continued, "Must capture him." Faunya hid behind the wall, summarizing the situation for Li Jiyu. She was chasing that guy. Li Jiyu also quickly received the information. "Ah, it's a corpse. Should we defeat him right away?" Looking at his loitering appearance, she rejected the idea. "No, he will run away if we do that.
This guy is very good at escaping." The two of them quietly observed his every move from behind. "We will follow him, then find a suitable opportunity to ambush him." The corpse opened the trash can lid and began rummaging. Li Jiyu could not suppress her curiosity and asked, "But what on earth is that guy doing?"
He lowered his voice and explained to her, "He is patrolling."
At that answer, Li Jiyu was so surprised that her mouth fell open. "Huh?
That corpse is patrolling?" He still patiently replied, "That is right, I know this sounds very hard to believe." Then, he cast his eyes toward him and continued, "But in any area this guy has passed through, a large number of corpses will follow behind to sweep clean." Suddenly, as if detecting something, he tilted his eyes to look over. Faunya continued, perhaps this guy is just a low-ranking soldier. The corpse looked toward the corner of the wall covered by a long curtain, still pointing his finger there, seemingly noticing something unusual. He approached, reached out to gently pull the old curtain aside, and saw the orange-haired guy crying behind it. Perhaps his mission was to eliminate any obstacles in the way. He let out an extremely disgusting smile, his teeth slightly parted, causing lines of saliva to drool down. Faunya noticed the situation was bad and immediately rushed out in a hurry. His eyes narrowed at the scene before him. He channeled force into his legs, taking a powerful leap forward. Faunya rushed ahead like an arrow, his face unable to hide his anxiety. As he ran, the sense of dread in his heart grew more and more intense. Damn it, the corpse had gathered all its strength into its hand, preparing to strike the orange-haired guy. A single palm strike thrust straight forward, instantly sending clouds of dust billowing up. Faunya thought to himself, it's too late. But immediately after, he saw Li Jiyu holding the orange-haired guy, escaping from that thick smoke. She gritted her teeth hard, fiercely resisting the intense pressure of the explosion. In the end, Li Jiyu was thrown backward, her back crashing heavily into a pile of trash nearby. Seeing his prey escape the deadly strike, the corpse was furious. He shut his eyes tight, his teeth grinding in sheer rage. Faunya shouted out in excitement, "Well done, great job, Li Jiyu." Right after that, he leapt high into the air, closing in on the corpse from behind. With a determined face, he swung his hand forward, telling himself he wouldn't miss this time. The energy current he generated was incredibly powerful and overwhelming. Faunya roared in anger, "Inscribe this into your brain, criminal!" A screen of crimson smoke immediately erupted, completely obscuring the entire scene. Faunya unleashed his ultimate move, the Sacred Seal style. He furiously charged straight at the corpse, but the creature merely stood below, looking up with a calm smile. Just as he closed in, the corpse burst into a gleeful, mocking laugh. The collision between the two created a massive shockwave, sending clouds of dust and smoke billowing everywhere and blocking all vision. Afterwards, Faunya was pushed back a considerable distance. He turned his head and gestured, ordering Li Jiyu to rescue the citizens and call for immediate backup. Seeing the urgency of the situation, she didn't waste words and immediately complied, "Yes, understood. Please hold on here, senior." However, Faunya wouldn't stop rambling, "You must return here as quickly as possible, you know that I." At that exact moment, the corpse had already drawn incredibly close. Sensing this, he quickly whipped his head back to look behind him. Amidst the intense atmosphere of battle, his mind was filled with confusion. How could this guy have already recovered after taking such a blow? The corpse continued to reach out and close in to attack her. Damn it, how could he? No, Faunya gritted her teeth in helplessness, trying to keep herself calm. Now was not the time to be surprised. Then, she spun around, continuing to launch more attacks. I must overwhelm him. A massive surge of energy swiftly struck straight into the corpse's body. Gaining the upper hand, she continued to roar and attack relentlessly. Yah! However, she saw him flash a gruesome smile. Faunya's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He raised his hand high, then slashed down fiercely as if tearing through the air. Immediately after, his strike clashed head-on with hers. Faunya seemed to fall into a disadvantage. Her mind rapidly analyzed the situation. This guy, he is mimicking the axe kick. Her feet were hovering in mid-air. Sensing everything clearly, Faunya gritted her teeth and accepted the situation, feeling her entire body float as if weightless. The corpse unleashed a powerful blow straight to his head, striking Faunya so hard that blood splattered outward. Yet, he still tried to swing his arm in retaliation, hitting the corpse directly. The beast took the hit with barely any impact, only a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. He helplessly realized that his attack had done no damage. If he could not feel his feet touching the ground, he would be unable to channel his full strength into a powerful strike. Suddenly, a purple groove appeared on the corpse's body as he pulled out a shroud. That terrifying aura instantly froze Faunya in his tracks. The corpse in front of him grew more and more horrific by the second.
He had completely transformed into an existence entirely different from before. In the blink of an eye, the corpse lunged forward, gripping Faunya tightly by the collar. He could only grit his teeth and endure as violent collisions continuously erupted, sending up layers of white smoke. Blood splattered everywhere from the inside, and a torn shroud hung suspended in the air. The corpse landed a powerful punch on Faunya, leaving him helplessly pinned to the iron bar. He raised his fist once again, a belligerent smirk playing on his lips. The corpse reached out toward him. A leg struggled to swing upward, preparing to kick him. Then, that knee lifted, driving straight into the corpse's face. It turned out that Li Jiyu had returned just in time to reinforce him. She immediately launched a barrage of attacks against him. Faunya struggled to open his eyes to look at her, asking, "Are they coming soon?" The backup. Avoiding an attack, Li Jiyu leaned over and replied, "I've already called them." His eyes showed clear helplessness mixed with astonishment. "Called? How many people did you call?" Without any hesitation, Li Jiyu dodged to the side and shouted, "Just one person, sir. He is coming soon." Faunya struggled to stand up, continuing to fill her in on the situation. "That guy is not an ordinary corpse, he knows how to use a shroud. His strength is at least equal to a second-class protector monk or 2 low-level protector monks." But he could not stand it anymore and immediately collapsed. He angrily poured all his helplessness into a shout at her, "But you are crazy. You just need to call one person here, do you want us to die here?" Meanwhile, Li Jiyu agilely ducked, dodging the attack of that corpse. He was hit by her with a powerful hook kick straight to his head. Afterward, Li Jiyu turned her head to look at him with a bright smile, her cheeks still slightly flushed. "It's not this lifetime, is it?" Faunya clung to the walls to balance himself, wondering what she was talking about. His heart also began to waver a bit before this junior girl, Li Jiyu. Was she always this good at fighting? Since a moment ago, she had been continuously launching rapid punches and kicks at the corpse. At this moment, Li Jiyu's hands were tightly wrapped with the thread of life, making her look as though she was wearing a shroud. The corpse still grinned widely while being beaten. From the 2 holes on its head, something began to escape. It tried to tear the holes wider to squeeze out. The corpse immediately leaped backward. A shroud appeared once again. It did a few flips, widening the safe distance between itself and Li Jiyu. She was also a bit flustered, pursing her lips as she looked at it, realizing she had underestimated herself. At this time, the corpse was crouching low on the ground, covered in sticky, slimy substances. Li Jiyu tried to remain calm in front of the sight before her as the shroud closed in. Faunya, relying on her experience, shouted loudly toward her, "Li Jiyu, watch out, that is his ultimate move." The corpse let out a devious smile, staring intently at Li Jiyu. His eyes gleamed with a deadly aura, as if he was ready to clash with anyone. In an instant, his figure vanished into thin air. Faunya shouted, "It's an ambush." Li Jiyu also quickly realized the situation and tried her best to remain calm. She glanced at the adjacent area, where the building still stood in silent stillness. Looking in another direction, Li Jiyu still couldn't find any trace of him and muttered in confusion, "Where did he go?" While Li Jiyu was warily looking around, the corpse slowly materialized right behind her back. Li Jiyu also immediately detected it. She hastily spun around to dodge, but her speed was not fast enough. Li Jiyu was forced to take a violent direct hit from the corpse. The pain made her grit her teeth tightly, letting out a soft groan of pain. Li Jiyu's eyes widened, and she clenched her jaw to force herself to stay calm. The corpse once again vanished right before her eyes. Li Jiyu instantly grew anxious, wondering where he could be. She did her best to steady her mind and assess the surrounding situation. The lingering trace of his energy left behind a clue. Li Jiyu faintly realized he was right behind her. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she turned her head to search for the corpse's figure. A barrage of murderous intent continuously surged toward Li Jiyu. She quickly detected his presence and hurriedly raised her hands to defend herself. A heavy impact struck her side, causing intense pain. The corpse slowly dissolved once more, his figure quickly swallowed by the thick fog. Li Jiyu gritted her teeth in anger,
realizing he had hidden himself again. She began to spin around continuously to predict the next direction of attack.
Which way would it be this time? From the front, the back, or the flanks? The bell hanging near the corpse's ear kept shifting positions non-stop.
The continuous ringing made it extremely difficult for Li Jiyu to pinpoint the direction, starting to throw her off balance. She clenched her fists, stepping into a defensive stance, her heart filled with anxiety, wondering if she could win.
Even so, Li Jiyu's eyes remained surprisingly determined. Suddenly, a shouting voice jolted her awake. 3 o'clock direction, look!
As soon as she heard that sound, Li Jiyu leaned aside and successfully dodged the corpse's sneak attack. His fist only grazed past her body.
Li Jiyu watched his movement in utter astonishment. I dodged it.
Having missed the target, the corpse had to endure a fairly heavy counterattack.
Li Jiyu suddenly turned her head to look at Fa Yuenya. Senior, how could you see that?
Surrounded by a red aura, he kept pointing in one direction and explained, that is the ability of the scholar's holy shroud.
He recalled the moment before.
Unlike before when fighting that corpse, the opponent had been hit by him, even if only once. The fierce face of that corpse was deeply engraved in his mind. Anger flared in Li Jiyu's eyes. Before him, the monster could not escape. Afterward, Fa Yuenya returned to her defensive stance, preparing to continue the fight with him. Li Jiyu shouted loudly, Fa Yuenya, I will guide you, trust me. With his support from behind, she also became much more reassured. Yes, which direction is the next strike coming from? Li Jiyu opened his eyes wide, somewhat stunned. He looked at her, who was so calm and gentle, placing so much trust in him that she could even close her eyes. Despite those thoughts, Li Jiyu still called out to remind her, you. Immediately after, he roared with fierce enthusiasm. The hook made her flinch.
A voice called out in reprimand, You idiot, can't you open your eyes wide?
Hyap, who taught you to fight with your eyes closed?
Do you have a death wish? Who is the enemy?
Li Jiyu instantly froze like a statue, her mouth stammering non-stop, I
was wrong. After letting it all out, Fa Yuenya finally breathed a sigh of relief. You've been watching too many movies, this is reality.
Even while teasing her, he maintained a ready stance.
The moment he noticed movement, Fa Yuenya tensely shouted, 6 o'clock direction, lower body.
Following his words, she agilely dodged a claw swipe from a corpse.
Immediately after, Li Jiyu also launched a counterattack against him. Fa Yuenya continued to shout, 2 o'clock direction, legs.
She immediately swung her leg and kicked hard forward.
He ordered once more, 1 o'clock, upper body.
Li Jiyu leaped forward, kicking straight at that spot, causing the corpse no small amount of pain.
Fa Yuenya continued to give instructions, 8 o'clock, head. Thus, his head was beaten black and blue. 10 o'clock, leg. 5 o'clock, upper body. One order after another was issued. Every time she received the information, she dealt him a few blows. 2 o'clock, leg. His face was kicked by her once again. 10 o'clock, head. He continued to be beaten until bruised. After a while, the corpse lay completely flattened on the ground.
Fa Yuenya excitedly ran towards her, shouting, Let's fight, Li Jiyu, take him down.
From above, someone was calmly observing everything. Navigator Chen Wulin broke into a cold sweat as he looked down and spoke, This is a bloody battle indeed. That corpse has been beaten out of shape, its face completely unrecognizable.
Chen Wulin reached up to touch the brim of his hat, showing great interest. Lately, these protector monks are truly aggressive, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Suddenly, he leaped into the air and muttered, Since I was the one who arranged for him to come to the mortal realm, perhaps I should lend a hand. It would be a pity to let a corpse with a bright future die like this. Chen Wulin smirked and thought to himself, Besides, I really don't want to hear you lecturing me. Immediately after, he landed below and called out to Li Jiyu, Hey, stop right there.
She and Fa Yuenya instantly shifted into a defensive stance, asking, Who are you? He stood behind her and shouted loudly, Get back, Li Jiyu. That is the big boss I told you about.
Looking towards him, he spoke up again, Hua Shao Chen Yulin.
He waved his hand casually as if to deny it. "Oh, what big brother? You flatter me too much." Then, pointing at the corpse, he clearly stated his intention. "Thanks for recognizing me, but two protectors, please hand this friend over to me." Li Jiyu watchfully looked down at him, thinking to herself, "This guy." Chen Yulin did not wait for her to finish thinking before continuing to persuade. Corpses that can use sneak attack techniques are very rare, so they should be considered uncommon talents. "Come on. I'm begging you to." Just as he was happily laughing and talking, a surge of energy rapidly shot toward him. Completely off guard, he was instantly struck. Fa Yuanya angrily shouted, "Don't make me laugh, Chen Yulin." Li Jiyu seemed to want to stop her, so she also called out, "Senior." Hearing her voice, he grew even more furious. "Don't be agitated, Li Jiyu. Facing corpses with high intelligence that can communicate with humans." Chen Wulin waved his hand forward, taking over his words, "means that many people are about to lose their lives." "Ha!" As he spoke, he swung his hand to attack the two. Chen Wulin's strike hit Fa Yuanya directly, making him fall silent instantly. A sinister gleam flashed in his eyes, his voice teasing, "You are quite knowledgeable, so why did you rush in?" Li Jiyu stood frozen in shock, only able to scream, "Senior." Chen Wulin showed no mercy, striking him to the point where blood pooled into a large puddle. He turned to look at her and burst out laughing. "Oh, your senior just got beaten up right in front of you. Yet you dare to strike back at me immediately, quite brave." At the same time, Li Jiyu also rushed toward him with a lightning-fast kick. Chen Yulin dodged while teasing her, "I truly, utterly despise people like you." His face suddenly twisted with rage. He put away all his playful attitude, holding a talisman in his hand and muttered, "Violator." Chen Yulin's power was so overwhelming that Li Jiyu could not withstand it at all. Lousy. She could only close her eyes, trying to endure the pain as if her flesh was being torn apart. Seeing this, he laughed triumphantly amidst the wild wind he created. "Ha ha 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 ha." Chen Yulin laughed disgustingly, his mouth wide open, his eyes rolling back. "How does it feel? Are you still planning to use those tricks on me? Why do you even care about this senior?" His eyes gradually lost focus. "Run for your life, that's what humans do." Blood also splattered along with his malicious voice. Selfish and despicable. Chen Yulin's attack had injured Li Jiyu. He continued to raise his voice, a creature that doesn't care about the life or death of others. Amidst her pain, he only strolled closer. That is what a human is. Then, Chen Yulin glanced at her with a contemptuous look. Surely that girl will run away, pathetic humans. But contrary to his thoughts, even though her back was injured to the point of being drenched in blood, Li Jiyu, still holding Fa Yuanya in his arms to protect her, Chen Yulin's pupils contracted sharply. He could not believe the sight before his eyes, as she was enduring the pain just to protect someone else. Looking at her back soaked in fresh blood, he found it completely baffling. Why was she still protecting that person? Chen Yulin stood stunned, completely failing to understand the reason. Why didn't she try her best to run away, instead of protecting something that was no different from a living corpse? Li Jiyu remained silent, not bothering to reply. That very silence made Chen Yulin even angrier. He roared, "Are you stupid? Why did you do that? Who on earth does things like this nowadays?" An unprecedented look of frustration appeared in his eyes. To him, her life was the most important thing. There was no reason for someone not to act in their own self-interest in this day and age. At this moment, Li Jiyu finally spoke up, cutting him off. "I will tell you two things." Upon hearing this, he immediately shut his mouth and waited. Li Jiyu turned her head, her face covered in blood and sweat. Looked at him and smiled. First, saving someone does not need a reason. She placed Fa Yuanya in a corner of the wall, then turned her head in anger. Second, right now you are. From behind him, Yan Wang appeared and finished her sentence, a convicted criminal. His entire body exuded a heavy, deathly aura of a great sinner. Yan Wang took step after step toward him, daring to display his prowess. He had already closed in right behind his back,
without releasing a single breath. Chen Yulin froze, unable to utter any sound. His eyes were only filled with sadness, like a true sinner. On the other side, Li Ziyu was still trying his best to support Fa Yuanya. Once the injured person uttered those words, that guy did not even bother to look at them. He slowly realized the truth. It was not that he was ignoring them, but he simply did not need to look at them. He knew Yan Wang was standing right behind him. The only thing he could do now was... Now, he had to believe in this monster. Chen Yulin instantly held his breath, tightly pursing his lips, not daring to make any movement or sound. If he exhaled now, death would surely await him, for Yan Wang was already standing tall right behind him. Chen Yulin closed his eyes tightly, silently breaking into a cold sweat. His hand gripped the original piece of paper tightly, trembling so much that he almost crumpled it. After a moment, Yan Wang finally brushed past him and spoke, "Ah, how worrying." He approached Li Ziyu to ask, "Oh, blood. Rookie, are you all right?" She immediately turned to reply, "Lord Yan Wang." Her face had become extremely panicked. "I am fine, but senior, his condition is very critical." She held him tightly in her arms and cried out, "Even the scholar's holy shroud has loosened. If this continues..." Before she could even finish her sentence, the entire surrounding space was... With a wave of his hand, he caused the space to transform. Li Ziyu held back her tears and shouted, "Lord Yan Wang." Hearing this, he immediately turned back to look at her, smiling reassuringly, "Messenger, why are you worrying so much? I'm right here." At this moment, Li Ziyu was deeply moved in her heart, "Lord Yan Wang." He turned his back on her, leaving behind the dark and murky space on the other side. Yan Wang ran his hand through his hair, wearing a confident smile. I tore it open, so cool." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "My name is Li Ziyu." Lu Wang struggled to scream from the darkness, "Foolish." Yan Wang was startled by it, jumping up. "Oh, goodness gracious, heavens above, scared me to death." He turned around, poking at it and questioning, "Come to think of it, you were always so disrespectful to me, huh?" It wriggled uncomfortably but still replied, "Please let me go. There is a more important matter here, please pay attention." He not only ignored him but also continued to reproach. "You brat, do you want to be crushed under the millstone for 500 years? It seemed that Yan Wang was truly angry. "You know my millstone grinding technique all too well, don't you?" Chen Yulin, standing opposite, still did not dare to budge, just watching the two of them argue. "Oomph, ridiculous, what millstone? Then this servant shall leave." He bewilderedly assessed the two people in front of him, feeling that that guy was not a worthy opponent. Thinking so, Chen Yulin also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had worried in vain. But it was that exact moment of complacency that made him pay the price. He immediately landed a powerful punch on his face, angrily shouting, "You will pay a heavy price for deceiving me." His punch sent Chen Yulin flying a quite far distance. After striking, Yan Wang delivered a line that froze everyone in place, "Don't even breathe, it's a waste of air." Chen Yulin dragged his feet hard against the road, trying to steady himself from being pushed back further. He summoned countless yellow papers to wrap around his body and screamed, "You lunatic! Won't you let me go? Why are you doing this?" Yan Wang easily evaded Chen Yulin's attack, feeling puzzled. This guy is quite humorous. What on earth is forgiveness anyway? He gently slipped past all obstacles in front of him to close the distance. This is not the priority right now. Yan Wang watched Chen Yulin waving his hands frantically. Then, with a cold expression, he conjured a dark red aura. "The most important thing here is the victim. You despicable, wretched criminal." At the exact moment Chen Yulin unleashed his affront skill, he also maintained a freezing cold face and cast fire burn. Both sides continuously traded blows. The powers of Yugong and Fiery Hell, one blue and one red, clashed directly at the center point. Two massive torrents of energy collided violently, twisting around each other and slowly neutralizing the opponent's strength. Chen Yulin gritted his teeth, trying to endure. That bastard realized his scholar's holy shroud had completely unraveled. He quickly pulled out another yellow paper talisman and leaped outward, landing firmly on the ground. A deep, burning rage gradually surfaced in his eyes. Yan Wang immediately pursued him, continuing to launch relentless attacks. He rushed forward and delivered a heavy blow, sending Chen Yulin flying. A painful groan escaped the latter's throat. Chen Yulin still clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with absolute determination. He decided to unleash his strongest skill, conjuring 8 bizarre yellow talismans known as the 8 Gates of Yugong. A violent stream of emerald energy immediately surged forward. Yan Wang remained extremely calm, standing right in the midst of those crushing pressures. Chen Yulin's eyes flashed with joy as he thought to himself, "Caught you." At that exact moment, he clenched his fist tightly and shouted loudly, "Seal." His entire aura gathered into a dazzling green sphere, trapping Yan Wang inside. However, from the deepest part within, his silhouette slowly and faintly reappeared. A moment later, his limbs were lightly scratched by Chen Yulin's attack, and lines of blood began to seep out. Seeing this, Chen Yulin became extremely excited. "Empty vessels make the most noise, but there is nothing special about you." His face turned incredibly menacing. "I will slice your flesh to pieces." He raised his hand high once again to gather power. A long green sword slowly condensed in mid-air. Chen Yulin immediately unleashed his wind-piercing skill, aiming straight at him. The sword absorbed more and more energy. Yan Wang lowered his head, using his arms to shield his entire body. Chen Yulin grew increasingly excited, laughing out loud, "Ha ha 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 ha. How do you like that? My affront skill has the power of sealing." Believing victory was assured, he cast all caution to the wind. "Your fiery hell is finished, ha 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 ha." As the technique was completed, Chen Yulin arrogantly spread his arms, "You fool." But in the very next second, a clear voice echoed from inside his seal, "Damn you." Chen Yulin froze in shock, his face turning pale. That was indeed a cunning trick. Yan Wang slowly stepped out from within his red flames. "Just as you said, that is merely a form of the scholar's holy shroud." His hand had accumulated full of murderous intent and aura, but what can I do with it? Yan Wang took out a piece of white paper and sneered, "This is also just the fiery hell I made, not the shroud." Those words made him fall into confusion for a moment. "That thing is not the shroud." Yan Wang raised his fist and smiled to explain, "Fiery hell is fiery hell, the flame that burns the criminals." His fist clenched tightly, the flame wrapping around his hand also flared up enormously. "The more sins you carry." Yan Wang rushed forward with his fiery hell, "The larger your flame will be." Its intense heat and massive range gradually spread throughout the surrounding space, getting hotter and hotter. Chen Yulin could not believe the scene before his eyes, his mouth wide open. Yan Wang's eyes were filled with excitement, his hand swung extremely fast as he gritted his teeth. He coldly ordered, "Bite down hard." Yan Wang summoned the hellfire to envelop his sword. The crimson flame and his cold, murderous intent seemed to shroud the entire space. With a powerful swing of his arm, the hellfire instantly surged forward, completely unstoppable. The dazzling flame before Chen Yulin completely blocked his vision. The heavy pressure rushing directly at him made him break out in a cold sweat. Chen Yulin screamed in panic, "Damn it!" At the same time, he pulled out a yellow talisman to activate the 8-gate seal, Wind Dragon. A giant wind monster appeared, baring its sharp teeth, eager to swallow Yan Wang's small body whole. Yet, his expression remained completely unchanged, growing even colder instead. His voice echoed as if from the depths of hell, "I am passing judgment." This culprit is utterly shameless and irresponsible, showing absolutely no sign of remorse. The sharp blade flashed, and the hellfire raged fiercely, enveloping the sword. He spoke coldly. He spoke, "Criminal, I will cut off your path to reincarnation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Wang used the original soul realm to deal with him. The fires of hell aroused boundless fear in his heart. Just a single glance was enough to tell the outcome of the battle. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, suddenly pointed his index finger out, and silently chanted a single word, "Jijian." A monochrome tree trunk with no branches or leaves appeared, replaced instead by flickering sparks of fire. Yan Wang's gaze was cold and sharp, with nothing left in his eyes but the prey before him. He swung his sword violently as if wanting to slice Chen Yulin in half. His slash was both powerful and sharp, even seeming to split the blood-red moon in the sky in two. It formed a long cut that divided the world into two parts. The fierce wind seemed to tear through the air, sweeping everything high into the sky. His terrifying power made all creation bow in submission. The pillar of hell's fire pierced straight into the sky, terrifying pressure exploding across the space. The burning flame felt as though it was completely consuming Chen Yulin's internal organs. The long slash cut straight through his body, violent winds blasting in all directions as if to tear him to pieces. Lu Wang could not help but think in terror that it had been a long time since he last saw this strike. From within the terrifying hell, sometimes a stubborn corpse would appear. Chen Yulin's body powerlessly sank to his knees, his blank eyes wide and lifeless, looking no different from an inanimate human skin. This technique would completely sever his path to reincarnation. Moreover, Yan Wang still firmly held the burning sword in his hand, his gaze so sharp that it seemed he didn't even care about Chen Yulin. Suddenly, Yan Wang punched the adjacent wall with great force, causing the bricks and stones to crack. Lu Wang thought in fear that it had indeed burned to ashes, which was unavoidable since this technique was originally of 3 parts. What was even more terrifying was that even though he had passed down his power and a few thoughts to Lord Debay, but only Yan Wang possessed such immense firepower. The fire of hell gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a faint streak of light and a colossal rift carved deep into the ground. Yan Wang exhaled a long sigh. After settling everything, he said to Lu Wang, let's head back. He immediately replied, yes, but head back where? He smiled cheerfully, a complete contrast to his explosive murderous intent from earlier, and lightly punching his own shoulder, he said, I've been working all day, now it's time to rest. At night, the high-hanging moon shed its gentle light. The cool, quiet air soothed the human mind. Inside a vast building, only a single room remained lit. Li Jiyu asked helplessly, so that is your reason for coming here, just to rest? Yan Wang cheerfully waved his hand at her, his tone as if he were the owner of the house. Yes, make yourself comfortable and sit down. Take your time, there is nothing inconvenient at all. Having said that, he shamelessly and leisurely drank water, leaving Li Jiyu frozen for 5 seconds. She angrily approached him and emphasized every word, of course I do not find it inconvenient, because this is my house, so why on earth would I find it inconvenient? After taking a big gulp, he felt so refreshed that he let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, that is right, how wonderful. The more she looked at Yan Wang, the more speechless she became, holding her forehead and sighing. He was intentionally acting innocent, making it impossible for her to scold that smiling face. Suddenly, she shifted the topic, it seems like you know Baiyu, so why don't you go over there? He immediately waved his hand in refusal. Oh, how can I stay at the place of someone under me? It's too shameful, and we're not even that close anyway. Li Jiyu was so angry that she almost exploded, inwardly confirming that this was indeed the case. She was 3 parts helpless, and the remaining 7 parts were just the same, having no choice but to hold her forehead inside to calm herself down. She asked, in that case, do you want me to find a private room just for you? However, Yan Wang misheard the word room as fart and asked in surprise, a fart? Li Ziyu angrily shouted, no, it is not a fart, it is a room. But he refused to listen, deliberately teasing her, this young lady is farting here again, ha 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 ha. She immediately interrupted, repeatedly emphasizing in hopes of getting through to him, I said room, a room. But Yan Wang was extremely slippery, keeping up his smirk to tease her, ha ha, fart, ha ha. This made Li Jiyu finally unable to take it anymore, screaming, oh gosh. Stop joking around and listen to me. I also need my own private space. You cannot stay here, so I will find you another room nearby. Suddenly, Yan Wang changed his attitude. He lowered his voice and explained, Jiyu, I do not understand what privacy you are talking about. However, I have also been in this situation before, and I am not an unreasonable person. He flashed a pitiful smile, I will step in if you are uncomfortable, and I will make that guy disappear from your sight. I hope you can forgive me. With that, Yan Wang immediately stood up and left. Hearing him speak at such length, Li Ziyu was so astonished that she stammered, oh no, well. Yan Wang turned his head back. Instead, he suggested, why don't we just deal with the sinners living near you like that? Hearing this, Li Jiyu broke into a cold sweat. Recalling his constant slaughtering and frenzied expression when dealing with criminals, Li Jiyu immediately froze on the spot.
She bluntly refused, already, currently, and will never happen. Receiving an unsatisfying answer, his face immediately fell. Why? Sinners must be punished when caught, right? Li Jiyu then explained that his methods were a social issue. But he still didn't accept it, putting his hands on his hips and replying, "Well, I will do it quietly then." She immediately mocked, "You still plan to do it quietly?" Sigh. Seeing that she dared to look down on him, Yan Wang angrily shouted, "Hey Miss Li, I can control myself." Hearing this, she immediately brought up an example to test him. Oh really? Then let's assume. There is an old woman who is seriously ill, and one day she accidentally litters on the street, so what would you do? Feeling her question was too mindless, he replied very naturally and decisively, "Why so sudden, just put her into fire burn." Li Ziyu got goosebumps and screamed out loud, "Whoa!" She immediately stepped close to him and scolded, "What are you planning to do to a weak old lady? You heartless person." Yan Wang countered, "Hey, where does this idea of the elderly being innocent come from? You don't even understand what history is. If you consider it carefully, I am much older." The two of them were like two children constantly bickering back and forth. Li Jiyu continued, "Besides, the old lady is also seriously ill, don't you understand the issue?" He immediately emphasized, having an illness doesn't reduce one's crimes. She refused to back down either, screaming even louder than him, "It is a serious illness, a serious illness. No, don't, even so, the death penalty," and so on and so forth. Both of them left Lu Wang standing outside watching the drama. He was just fighting like cats and dogs, and unable to win the argument, Li Jiyu had to back down. She muttered angrily, "Humph, he is too stubborn and won't even listen." Seeing her exhausted state, Lu Wang asked caringly, "Would you like some water?" Li Jiyu took the glass of water, still grumbling constantly, "Thank you, he is only strong but not." But immediately after, she fell completely silent upon seeing the sparkling blue water in the glass. Li Ziyu froze on the spot, muttering, "This water." Her face darkened, her eyes wide as she stared blankly at the glass. "It's blue, way too blue." She immediately turned to ask Yan Wang, "Lord Yan Wang, where did you get this water?" He still hadn't shaken off the state of their recent argument. He grumbled angrily, "What now? Do you want to start another fight?" But she ignored him and demanded, "Quickly tell me." Lu Wang immediately replied honestly on his behalf, "It's well water." Upon hearing this, Li Ziyu froze on the spot, her face turning even paler. Her body froze. She slowly turned around and asked blankly, "A well?" Lu Wang casually confirmed, "A well." In Li Jiyu's mind, the image of the well reappeared as cold sweat poured down. Yan Wang even added, "The world is developing more and more, every house has a well." Li Jiyu immediately rushed into the house, her mind gradually connecting the words, "blue water," from well water. She hurriedly threw the door open. Looking at the toilet bowl in her house, the water inside was as blue as the water in Lu Wang's cup. She screamed in terror, "No way!" Li Jiyu was so frightened that she jumped. Yan Wang and Lu Wang didn't understand what had happened and curiously ran after her. She was startled, her face turning pale as she pointed straight at the toilet, as if asking, "Is the well you mentioned this thing?" Yan Wang even blushed and gave her a thumbs up to show she was correct. This made Li Jiyu even more bewildered. She began waving her arms and legs continuously right in front of him, trying to explain what a well actually was. After being enlightened, Yan Wang was so shocked that he was speechless. His expression was one of ultimate surprise, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Li Jiyu was still desperately waving her hands and feet to explain. Yan Wang's eyes rolled up, his face went blank as if he was about to pass away. His shocked appearance was like someone who had just suffered a massive shock at over 300 years old. Right after that, both Yan Wang and Lu Wang fainted at the same time. The two of them threw up a rainbow-colored mess, wishing they could immediately rinse out their own stomachs. A moment later, Yan Wang curled up in a corner, hugging his knees and sobbing continuously. His mouth kept making sounds as if he was about to throw up again. Li Jiyu came in and asked, "Are you still crying?"
She had just gone out to buy him a bottle of water, then pressed it against his face. She cheerfully said, "There is nothing we can do right now. I will look after you until you get used to it, so let's stay here together." Seeing that look on Li Zhiyu's face, Yan Wang froze, staring intently at her. Being. His eyes stared intently, making the girl shyly turn away. She stammered, well, why are you looking at me like that? It is just for work, and I thought it would be more convenient this way. Please double my salary. Yan Wang looked at her radiant smile, becoming even more dazed. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, a girl standing with her back turned, softly murmuring, "In the next life, I want to be born as a human." Her appearance was very similar to Li Zhiyu, though a few things had changed. His heart suddenly raced, his expression turned solemn, and he whispered, "A descendant of God?" Li Zhiyu was still completely clueless, looking at him in confusion and asking, "Pardon?" Yan Wang instantly stood up, walked closer to her, and demanded, "Are you a descendant of God?" Hearing him say that, Li Zhiyu became even more confused. Not understanding anything, she blurted out, "Excuse me, descendant of God?" Yan Wang asked her seriously, "Yes, you are Jiang Lin, right?" Lu Wang sighed in frustration, "Phew, here we go again, here we go again." He sighed as if he had seen this scene so many times that he was sick of it. Lu Wang turned to complain, "Lord Yan Wang, you can't remember other people's faces. You are always like this, how could you mistake Lady Ziyu for Jiang Lin?" Yan Wang still firmly believed in his judgment. He frowned and replied, Not at all, she is definitely Jiang Lin, my intuition is very solid." Lu Wang couldn't take it anymore, so he lunged right at his face to remind him, "Wake up, please. Jiang Lin doesn't look like her at all. She is completely different, there is no way they are the same person." He even asked, "Do you remember what Jiang Lin's voice sounded like?" Without hesitation, he answered immediately, "Of course." But then he fell completely silent, unable to utter another word, because he was just lying and couldn't remember a thing. Lu Wang immediately said, "See, you don't even remember. That person is Li Ziyu. She will be working under you in the future, so I hope you will remember her name." Hearing him say that, Li Ziyu was deeply moved. She thought to herself that Lu Wan was a bit blunt, but he seemed to be a good person who cared about her. Yuan Wang was still not convinced, so he asked again, "Then why are you so sure she isn't Jiang Lin?" Lu Wang bluntly replied, "Isn't it obvious, Jiang Lin is far more capable than this subordinate. She also possessed a mysterious beauty that was truly mesmerizing. Well, it went from heartwarming to bone-chilling in an instant." Both of them immediately froze on the spot. Li Ziyu silently gritted her teeth, tightly gripping the water bottle in her hand. Yan Wang asked suspiciously, "Why are you suddenly holding the bottle upside down?" Right after that was the moment of bidding farewell to old Lu Wang. Repetitive thudding sounds echoed as Li Zhiyu roared in anger. This crazy guy was crying while running for his life. He could only cry out desperately for help, begging Yan Wang to save him. After the chaotic and battered brawl, they finally quieted down. With a full stomach, she lazily sighed after eating her fill, "So delicious, oh well, I will wash the dishes tomorrow." After a long and exhausting day, Li Zhiyu could finally lie down to rest, utterly worn out. Yan Wang and Lu Wan lay on another mattress. He burst into refreshed laughter, "Aha, so soft, it feels just like heaven." Lu Wang immediately agreed, "Hey, this is definitely much better than hell." Yan Wang happily exclaimed, "Humans nowadays are so capable, I am so jealous, so jealous." Li Zhiyu suddenly sat up and asked him, "You also like the mortal realm, don't you?" He excitedly shouted, "Yes, the food you cooked earlier was also very delicious." Lu Wan was equally thrilled and chimed in, Right, right. What is that reddish soup called?" "Ah." The two of them immediately shouted in unison, "Old Kim's soup," making Li Zhiyu extremely bewildered. They continued to enthusiastically talk about that strange dish. "I don't think humans would eat that kind of food. It is inherently food cooked from all the joys and sorrows of Kim Seobang, especially that broth which looks like blood. The taste of the meat is also very delicious, haha." Did she really use old Kim's meat? Ah, no way, ha. The more she listened to the two of them speak, the more Li Jiyu's hair stood on end. Her face turned pale, and she could only hug her blanket and retreat, silently protesting, "Kimchi soup, kimchi soup." Yan Wang and Lu Wang still laughed and talked happily, completely failing to notice her pale green complexion.
I want to eat it again. I understand.
Li Jiyu thought tiredly to herself that explaining this would be a bit complicated, so she decided to just let it be. Suddenly, both of them fell silent and looked at each other as if they had simultaneously thought of something. The attitude of the two suddenly changed, and they extremely cordially stepped closer to take care of Li Jiyu. "You have worked hard today, go to sleep quickly." Right, lie down quickly."
Their sudden 180-degree attitude shift left her completely bewildered. She wondered in confusion, why all of a sudden?
The two continuously urged her to lie down.
He even put on an incredibly fake, gentle face, smiling softly. Lord Yan Wang personally tucking you in is indeed a supreme favor.
Lu Wang also affectionately wished her, "Good night, dear Ziyu." The more they behaved like this, the more goosebumps she got, only able to stammer,
I'm a bit confused."
However, they did not give her a chance to voice any more opinions, immediately covering her eyes and saying in unison, "Good night, Jiyu." Once everything was in place, he crept away quietly.
But just at that moment, Li Jiyu suddenly called him back, "Lord Yan Wang."
Instantly, both of them froze, as if all their calculations had been completely anticipated by her.
She said, "Just in case, I'm warning you beforehand, if you have any intention of secretly eating meat, I won't let you off easily."
Yan Wang and Lu Wang did not expect to be read so quickly, twisting their faces in discomfort and clicking their tongues loudly.
Hearing this, Li Jiyu was astonished. "Are you really planning on doing that?"
She helplessly pulled off her blindfold and sighed, unable to believe it. At this moment, the dark circles under her eyes were as black as a panda's.
Staring up at the ceiling, Li Jiyu replayed the memories in her head.
Up until today, so many things had happened. She had met Lord Yan Wang, had been down to hell, talked with Baiyu, and even caught a corpse. Thinking back on everything she had just gone through, Li Jiyu felt her life had been painted with many special colors. Even the matter of the senior being injured when fighting Chen Yulin. She secretly thought that her wound was very severe, but going down to hell cured it completely. Suddenly she sat up and asked him, "Excuse me, Yan Wang, I need to ask a question."
He replied, "Oh, ask ahead. If it is the first time going down to hell, will all wounds and illnesses be cured?"
Lu Wang then explained, "Everyone will feel better."
Li Jiyu did not expect such a miraculous thing could happen. "Is that really so?"
He replied, "Yes, except for the corpses." She hesitantly covered half of her face, looked away, and then asked what she had been curious about for a long time, "So if I work under Yan Wang, can I meet the deceased again?" Hearing this, he immediately sat up seriously and asked, "Why do you want to meet that corpse?" "Well, those who passed away are like my parents." Li Jiyu smiled embarrassedly. "I am sorry for not being able to protect you."
Before Yan Wang could answer, Lu Wang immediately replied, "You cannot."
This made him extremely shocked, gasping, "Lu Wang." Ignoring his reaction, it continued to explain, "You are a human, there are things you can do and things you cannot do.
Do not even dream about it."
Before the words fully left its mouth, it took a divine strike from Yan Wang, leaving its body completely distorted.
Looking at it lying flat on the pillow with a soulless expression, Li Jiyu panicked and shouted, Hey, Lu Wang! Lord Yan Wang, what did you suddenly do?"
He still wore an innocent face, putting his finger to his lips to signal silence. "Shh, be quiet, otherwise you will wake Lu Wang up. That guy just fell asleep."
She broke into a cold sweat and screamed, "Is that how you make someone sleep?"
Li Jiyu yelled frantically.
"Lu Wang, breathe."
Suddenly, Lu Wang's soul left his body.
His face was peaceful as if he was about to transcend, making her even more panicked.
"Hey, his soul is about to leave his body." Yan Wang calmly looked at her, as if considering something.
He muttered to himself, "Losing someone once was enough."
Suddenly, Yan Wang sighed, "So that is why you intentionally stopped that thing." Li Jiyu could not keep up with his train of thought, letting out a confused "huh." "You have a kind heart," he praised her and said, "I have a special request for you.
If you help find Debay, I will let you meet your parents again."
Li Jiyu did not expect him to agree so quickly, standing frozen in shock for a long time.
After regaining her composure, she leaned close to him and excitedly shouted, "Really? Are you telling the truth?"
Her sudden approach made Yan Wang freeze slightly. Yes.
You promised, you can't go back on your word. If you go back on your word, you will have to go to hell.
He immediately blocked her to prevent her from spitting all over his face.
Why does she keep spitting like that? Besides, hell is my home anyway. Li Jiyu was so happy that she even hugged Lu Wang's soul and cheered, "Beloved Lu Wang, Lord Yin Wang has allowed it. This is so awesome."
He looked at her, completely speechless, and thought to himself in dismay, that is Lu Wang's soul after all. But seeing Li Jiyu so happy, he was also affected. He didn't expect that it would make her so happy, so he smiled along like an idiot, while secretly thinking, "Debay, I must find this guy soon." At the same time, in another dark place, a mysterious and eerie voice echoed. At this moment, Chen Yulin cowered in fear, kneeling on the ground and trembling as he reported. "My spirit is dead, and my soul has been torn to pieces."
That technique is even more terrifying than the life-taking talisman. It must be the soul realm. It must be it, my lord.
As he spoke, he stood up while trembling. By now, Yan Wang had re-emerged.
This person was the true original body of Chen Yulin, the guide Chen Yulin.
The tall man sitting proudly on the armchair was none other than Debay. He possessed a colossal stature, many times larger than the small Chen Yulin, and his entire body radiated a terrifying pressure as if he could suffocate everything.
He could crush Chen Yulin at any moment.
Debay did not say a word, only conjuring a flock of black crows and sending them flying toward him. Chen Yulin had not yet noticed this sudden shift and continued, "If you trust me with this task, that bastard Yan Wang." Before he could even finish his sentence, the flock of crows completely swarmed his body. The upper half of Chen Yulin's body suddenly disintegrated as if consumed by fire. His legs lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Only when a faint, flickering spark remained did Debay finally speak, "Arrogant fool. Entrusting this to him is a waste of effort." Then, he pulled out a small purple bead. He glanced to his side, where a small figure was already standing.
Out of nowhere, Debay called out, "Xian Wu."
He respectfully bowed down.
Debay ordered, "Reveal yourself, we must speed up the plan. Gather the 12 armors before Yan Wang regains his power."
Suddenly, behind swordman Xian Wu, two tall figures appeared from nowhere. He darkly replied, "Understood." The next morning, still at Li Jiyu's apartment, she suddenly received a phone call.
While hanging up the laundry, Li Jiyu answered, "Yes, Li Jiyu speaking."
The voice on the other end replied, "Hello Miss Jiyu, I am Bai Yu."
Recognizing the caller, Li Jiyu shyly spoke into her smartwatch, "Ah, hello."
Ms. Bai Yu asked, "Forgive me for this sudden call, I wonder what Lord Yin Wang is doing?" Li Ziyu immediately poked her head out of the room, that. She thought he was doing something normal, but the moment she poked her head out, loud barking instantly hit her ears.
And the target of this dog's barking was none other than Yan Wang.
Men in the early morning are indeed very energetic. Yan Wang clung to the windowsill, barking back in a one-on-one battle with the small dog below, neither side willing to back down. Lord Yan Wang is.
"No, Lord Yan Wang, don't bark, stop it."
Li Jiyu panic-strickenly stopped him, but she could not control her volume, shouting so loudly that she almost burst Bai Yu's eardrums. She laughed awkwardly, it seems he is doing very well." Li Jiyu hurriedly replied, "I am so sorry, Lord Yan Wang saw a little white dog. What is he saying?" Bai Yu then got straight to the point, "I just want to inform Lord Yan Wang about the next location. Today, you do not need to go to work, just follow and support him." She also added, "Oh, and by the way, Ms. Jiyu, on the way there, please buy some clothes." Li Ziyu happily relayed Bai Yu's words. He examined the clothes on his body while trying to move a few times and praised, "This Bai Yu is quite meticulous and thoughtful. It is very comfortable, humans are indeed interesting."
Li Jiyu walked beside him and asked in confusion, "But, is the place you need to go a shopping mall?"
Yan Wang replied, "Yes, according to Bai Yu, it is this place." Next, Yan Wang pulled out a piece of paper. "Let's see, I will check it again."
Li Jiyu exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it is a note from Ms. Baiyu. However, the writing on that piece of paper was extremely large, with dense content filling both sides, which surprised Li Jiyu even more. There was even a message on the back. Did she actually use double-sided paper? She is so thrifty. Yan Wang replied, you have to be thrifty to become rich, and the environment is also very precious. If it can be reused, it must be used. In her heart, she could not help but feel deeply moved, and then curiously asked him, what is written on this paper? Yan Wang calmly replied, this paper is just from an ordinary book, a book that records the names of the dead. Upon hearing that, a name immediately flashed through her mind, the Book of Life and Death. Li Ziyu excitedly grabbed his collar and shouted in anger, this person. How could she write in here? He also became panicked and raised his voice with her. Perhaps there was only this scrap of paper in her pocket, but that explanation made her even crazier. Truly driving her mad. What if someone else saw it? Yan Wang frowned, brushed her aside, and explained, it's fine, ordinary people can't read it anyway. Then he pointed to the life and death scroll and ordered, now, what you and I need to do first is find Fluffy. Standing in the middle of the spacious shopping mall, he made a judgment, you and I are in an artificial field. Yan Wang raised a finger, his expression suddenly becoming dark and unpredictable. But that look didn't even last a second before he instantly switched back to a silly expression and continued. You can find the extraordinary person. Li Jiyu did not understand anything at all, so she yelled, hey, please, don't say those strange words anymore. Please explain it clearly. Seeing her so serious, Yan Wang spoke up, I heard that an armor secret code has been discovered in the mortal realm. But that person is also working to adapt to this place. Pausing for a moment, Yan Wang continued, to spy, I guess that is what they did. Li Ziyu thought for a while and tried to guess, so are those people celebrities? Yes, exactly, Yan Wang replied. At the same time, the figure of a woman was also walking into a nearby restroom. She immediately sat down next to the toilet. The two continued their conversation. Yan Wang said, I think they planned for me to come here. What is that armor's secret code? The girl tried her best to throw up everything in her stomach, exhaling tiredly and wiping her mouth. Her body was extremely thin, skin and bones, and her dark under-eye circles looked as if she had been sleep-deprived for days. She was also the agent codenamed Jiap Hoi, Baek Dahe. Suddenly, the watch on Baek Dahe's wrist vibrated. Without hesitation, she immediately answered the call. Yes, manager. As soon as she picked up, the person on the other end of the line unleashed a barrage of words at her. Hey, Baek Dahe. Have you lost your mind? I told you that you shouldn't eat during a photo shoot. Why did you still try to eat? Calm down, you are currently under supervision. You have to take care of yourself. Despite being harshly scolded, Baek Dahe did not get angry. She only replied dejectedly. I threw up everything. Hearing that, the person on the other end paused, exclaiming in surprise. What? She stammered, everything I just ate, I've thrown it all up. Hearing that, the other end of the line went dead silent for a very long time. Only after a while did the voice calmly reply, well done. You understand I'm saying this because I care about you, right? Baek Dahe tiredly replied, yes, of course. The person who had just called Baek Dahe was a girl who was more fat than flesh. She even muttered and cursed, humph, this is unbearable, she eats like a pig. A male staff standing nearby asked hesitantly, should I leave the clothes here? Still venting her anger from earlier, she frowned, turned to look at him, and snapped, yeah. She stared intently at the staff member for a moment. Then, her expression shifted as she smiled and replied, are you an employee from the Tro company? Just leave it there, I am really looking forward to today's results. Terribly panicked, he quickly retreated to safety, politely smiling and saying, yes, I look forward to your support. She burst into a long, gleeful laughter. Sensing that something was off about her, the male employee curiously glanced back one last time before leaving. At that moment, she entered another room. Inside was a fat, beer-bellied man who looked just like her, who asked, what did she say? She answered annoyedly, refusing to say anything else.
How frustrating, her point was that she only cared about herself.
What if we end up living on the streets again?
Seeing that he was only staring at his phone, she immediately snapped at him, say something. But he was even more impatient than this chubby girl, constantly muttering curses under his breath. Alright, don't let the money run completely dry.
Damn it, I lost, I should have bet on number 3. After blatantly losing the gamble, he suddenly stood up and said, "Let's go eat, I'm hungry." Even though just a moment ago she was still. Tanjiro was still curious and asked, "What do you plan to eat?" Walking away, the guy replied, "I don't know.
I heard there's an expensive restaurant in front of the building, let's eat there." Right at this moment, Baek Dae also walked up to them. The guy immediately reproached her, "I heard you ate again this time." Baek Dae hurriedly and repeatedly apologized to him.
"It's fine as long as you understand. We will return after eating, so just wait there." Seeing them about to leave, Baek Dae hesitantly pleaded, "Could you two please buy some rice balls for me on your way back?" She even anxiously added, "I won't eat it right now. After the photo shoot is done and when I get home, only then will I eat it." The chubby girl walking ahead couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "Are you going crazy talking about food again?
Seriously, this girl."
He also immediately turned around, his face twisting in annoyance. "Stop eating like crazy, you pig. How many times have I told you that you need to stay skinny for the photo shoot?
One meal a day is enough, even rice balls have too many calories." Two chubby people standing there scolding a girl who was so thin she was almost just bones. The scene looked extremely hilarious. Baek Dae stammered in protest, "But earlier I was so dizzy I almost fainted, and the other actors were allowed to eat lunch too." Hearing this, his expression turned even uglier, pointing at his fat face and growling, "Right, so you're trying to say we are the bad guys here?" Baek Dae immediately felt guilty. "No, I didn't say that." But he quickly interrupted, "Hey, don't overstate it." He put on a hurt expression, put his arm around her neck, and sighed with a moan. "It is truly heartbreaking.
Do you remember when we first met?
That day was a rainy day, and Baek Dae was drifting by the trash dump like a dying person. He then said, 'I brought you back, a girl who was no different from a beggar. I fed you, clothed you, and let you live like a human being, it was me.'" His expression became increasingly despicable, intentionally using those words to manipulate the gullible Baek Dae's mind. Just as expected, she fell into his trap, feeling even more regretful for what she had just said. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that." He also immediately softened, "Alright, you probably just made a small mistake. Everything is for your sake. It's alright, as long as you understand it little by little. We are family, let's do our best together." Hearing those words, Baek Dae's face immediately brightened up, as if she had forgotten all her previous exhaustion and forgiven him. Her eyes sparkled with hope, and her heart kept repeating the word family. After soothing Baek Dae, they quickly slipped away to relieve themselves. "We'll be gone for a bit and we'll be right back. The clothes are borrowed, so don't get them dirty. Go eat quickly, we are starving." But as soon as they turned their backs, the true faces of the two rotten pigs were revealed. "See that? She listens to whatever we say. What a stupid bitch." She laughed gleefully and added, "Ha ha, stupid beyond words." Baek Dae had been drained dry by them to this extent, yet she still naively believed they genuinely cared about her. She happily turned around and walked inside. She even jumped up in excitement. She landed gently despite her body being so thin that there was barely any flesh left, revealing her dirt-stained, pitch-black shoes. Baek Dae happily whispered, "My family, my home." Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out, cutting off her joy. Pathetic. How could someone with the armor's secret code Jayap Hoi be deceived by humans like this? His massive body was so huge that he couldn't even fit through the small door, forcing him to bow his head to squeeze inside. He growled, "Armor's secret code Jayap Hoi, Baek Dae." His entire body radiated a yellow aura, with sparks of electricity constantly discharging from him. He was the Goblin Ivan, looking down at her from above as he commanded, "Bring your things, Lord Debay is summoning you." Baek Dae asked him in confusion, "What did you just say?" The Goblin Ivan replied, "Lord Debay is summoning you, get ready to go." Hearing this, she became even more suspicious.
Frowning, she shouted, "No, wait a minute. Lord de Bay is looking for me? But you are a corpse, why would he send a message through you?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes, I am a corpse, is there a problem?" Baek Dae scratched her head in confusion, "Not right now, I have to ask my family first." He fell silent for a moment and then said bluntly, "You talk as if those people are actually your family." Baek Dae did not accept his words, immediately arguing back, "It is clearly like that. Those people took care of me when he abandoned me. They also gave me a place to stay." The more she spoke, the more agitated Baek Dae became. She clutched the goblin Ivan's clothes and screamed, "So, what's wrong with calling them family?" He did not expect her mind to be so muddled, growing so angry that the blue veins bulged on his forehead. "I heard you were foolish, but I didn't expect you to be this stupid." The goblin Ivan immediately squeezed her hand and asked, "Taking care of you? Look at this emaciated body." He asked one fatal question, who is taking care of whom? Being held tightly made Baek Dae struggle uncomfortably. Ugh, let go. He not only didn't let go but squeezed even harder. Looking down at her from above, he said bluntly, "From what I see, you've been taken advantage of. Wake up, armor secret code." His face darkened, his patience seemingly running thinner when facing a fool like her. The goblin Ivan even leaned down lower, growling to reaffirm once more, "Your family is us." Baek Dae could not resist, speaking up in annoyance, "That's enough of this." Only then did he finally let go of her hand. Even after all that was said, Baek Dae's mind still did not get it. The goblin Ivan could only sigh and say, "If you trust humans that much. When you open your eyes." His gaze was filled with murderous intent. "Just once, let me test them." At this moment, the two chubby guys had just finished eating and walked out of the store refreshed. They chatted happily. Aye, so delicious. You're right, eating is the happiest time." He even laughed with utter satisfaction. Coo, so comfortable." Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting them, "Excuse me, are you Lee Yuduan, the CEO of Si Huayin Entertainment?" Seeing a beauty taking the initiative to strike up a conversation, he immediately replied with a smile, Aye, that's me, is there something I can help you with?" She said, We are planning to," but before she could finish, Yen Wang pushed her face aside and demanded, "Out of the way." He walked up to Li Yudun and asked bluntly, "Are you a pig?" The rude question left him stunned, completely clueless about what was happening. Li Yudun shouted angrily, Lord Yen Wang, please." They continued to bicker, making her respond in frustration, What now? That is so impolite." But Yen Wang insisted that he was not wrong at all. He nonchalantly explained, "What, is there a problem with my question? Look, that chubby face, that bloated belly, it is clearly a symbol of wealth, a pig." She angrily retorted. "Even so, you shouldn't say that, what's wrong with saying pig? Human standards are truly bizarre." Watching them argue like that, the smile on his face instantly distorted. He was so angry that his face flushed red, blue veins popping as he gritted his teeth and thought, "A pig?" With a darkened expression, he approached and asked, "What did you just say?" But the chubby girl nearby quickly pulled him back to stop him. Hey, he's just jealous because you're handsome. Let it go, let it go." However, Yen Wang and Li Jiyu were still busy arguing loudly, having no mind left to pay attention to him. Li Duden still couldn't swallow this anger, so he shouted even louder, "What did you just say?" She continued trying to stop him from stepping forward, desperately pleading, "If you go to jail again, what am I supposed to do? Just endure it this once, please calm down." As she spoke, her face broke out in a cold sweat, her terror completely visible and impossible to hide. Meanwhile, Li Yuduan's face had grown furious to the extreme. His round head bulged with blue veins, and his eyes were bloodshot, showing just how crazed he was. Over in the waiting room, Baek Dae anxiously bit her fingernails in fear. On the table sat a tuna rice ball that the goblin Ivan had bought and left there. She was trembling with anxiety, silently praying in her heart. Suddenly, someone entered the room, the two of them had returned. Baek Dae immediately stood up and hastily said, "Chairman, I have something to tell you." But as soon as Baek Dae's eyes caught the swollen, bruised face of the chubby girl, she panicked. She cried out in horror. Manager, what happened to your face? What's wrong with you? Baek Dae rushed over to ask her, Manager, are you okay? Were you beaten?
At this moment, Lee Yu-doon spoke in a low voice. She deserved to be beaten.
Realizing who did it, Baek Dae couldn't help but be stunned. Chairman, did you beat her?
Holding a rice ball in his hand, Lee Yu-doon replied, she tried to order me around. This made her so terrified that she quickly reached up to touch her face.
The chubby girl frantically screamed, What are you talking about? What should I do? But he immediately cut her off, angrily raising the rice ball and asking, Hey, what is this? Baek Dae then suddenly remembered that matter, hurriedly trying to explain, It's that. But he continued to interrupt, It's so obvious. At the same time, he crushed the rice ball under his foot. His face twisted completely, looking as terrifying as a demon as he spoke, All you want to do is eat and eat, isn't that right? You damn pig. Those words deeply hurt Baek Dae. She couldn't hold back as her eyes began to glisten with tears.
Even so, she clenched her teeth and endured, refusing to let herself burst into tears.
Baek Dae still tried to cling to the last ray of hope. She tightly grabbed his collar and screamed, President, no, Dad, you have to run away right now. Even at this point, Baek Dae was still solely worried about him. She kept warning him, It's a test, a bad person brought it to me. Get out of here quickly, we can't stop it anymore.
Baek Dae could only plead with Lee Yu-doon, I'm not good at standing here and explaining everything, please believe me, Dad. But her words entered his ears as nothing more than buzzing mosquitoes. Immediately after, a cold, sharp slapping sound rang out. She was knocked to the floor by his slap. Looking down from above, she was no different from a sewer rat. He frustratedly mocked, What are you talking about, you poor bitch? What? Dad? At that exact moment, the deep voice of the goblin Ivan immediately rang out. Indeed, his appearance shocked Lee Yu-doon to the core. The goblin Ivan even demanded, You should keep doing that. Only now did Lee Yu-doon realize that everything she said was true. In his heart, he panicked and screamed, I'm screwed. His face darkened as he continued, unable to control his emotions, Are you provoking me with that filthy tongue of yours? Indeed, the two of them were never family to begin with. Violent currents of electricity continuously burst from Goblin Ivan's body. His stature was nearly 3 times larger than Lee Yu-doon's, scaring the fat man so much that he almost wet his pants. Goblin Ivan immediately grabbed the fat man's face. He leisurely lifted Lee Yu-doon into the air and sneered, You lived only to see this scene, how pathetic. At this moment, Baek Dae was still collapsed on the floor, her disheveled hair falling down to obscure the expression on her face. He continued to speak, Armor secret code, I will kill this guy so you can abandon your delusions. As he spoke, his hand tightened even more, making Lee Yu-doon shriek in pain. And that woman behind you. Just as he turned his head, he realized that Lee Ji-yu had already quietly helped the chubby girl to the door. She was so terrified that cold sweat poured out, hastily blurting out, I was only doing what I was told, what else? Suddenly, another sound caught the attention of Goblin Ivan, making him whip his head around. It turned out that Yen Wang had taken advantage of his distraction to carry Baek Dae on his back, preparing to slip away. He sighed helplessly. Why did you ask such a stupid question? Victims must be prioritized, so... Realizing they were about to snatch his target, Goblin Ivan grit his teeth in anger. What do you people think you are doing? Yen Wang immediately took a deep breath until his cheeks puffed up. He screamed as loudly as he could. In the blink of an eye, both he and Lee Ji-yu simultaneously carried the remaining 2 people and quickly ran away. Fleeing in 2 different directions, Lee Ji-yu suddenly turned his head back and asked anxiously, What about that guy? Yen Wang immediately showed a look of contempt, spat, and replied, Trash needs to be eliminated. The Goblin Ivan roared in anger, You bastard, put her down right now. But only a fool would do that. He kept running for his life and shouted back, No way, you release that guy first. He grew even more furious, clenching his fists and screaming, If I catch you, you won't escape. Get over here.
Hearing this, Yan Wang immediately put on a face that seemed to say, "Are you stupid?" and then asked mockingly, "Come on, didn't you say if you caught him, he wouldn't escape?" His words only added fuel to the fire, making Ivan even more furious. He grabbed Li Yuduan around the waist and stomped hard on the ground. Damn it! Yan Wang sighed softly and reminded himself that he also needed to stay calm. He chased after him while screaming, "I will kill you." He secretly thought that even if he showed this face, Bei was still not agitated at all. He had to pretend to be angry to make him lose his composure while looking for a way out. Looking at Li Yuduan, who was in pain from being squeezed tightly, Yan Wang mocked himself again. Why did he? Why even care about this thing anymore? Just leave it behind. Yan Wang ran to a corner and suddenly braked. He sank into deep thought. If he brought her to safety first and then dealt with that guy, innocent people would also be caught in the crossfire. Yan Wang tiredly thought to himself, what should I do? Then he immediately called out to Baek Dae, "Hey, wake up!" Just then, a colossal shadow appeared right before him. That shadow loomed behind his back, gathering strength to throw a powerful punch that even cracked the floor. Fortunately, Yan Wang managed to dodge this blow in time. He gritted his teeth, wondering, what should I do? How can I defend and attack at the same time? Not stopping there, Goblin Ivan easily ripped up a chunk of floor tile. He gripped the tile piece tightly. I knew you would try to run away. I won't give you any choice but to fight. Standing from above, he then raised the floor tile, aimed directly at the crowded shopping mall below, and threw it. The target he aimed at was a mother and her child, the tile flying toward them as fast as the wind. Yan Wang's eyes widened as he thought, that's right, please forgive me. In that critical, hair-breadth moment, Li Ziyu suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of the mother and child. She used her own body to block that brick. The weight of the brick, combined with the throwing force of the Goblin Ivan, made her grit her teeth and think to herself, too heavy. In Li Ziyu's mind, a solution quickly flashed. If that's the case, spin. Having thought that, she immediately bounced up high, simultaneously spinning once. Riding the throwing force of the brick, Li Ziyu was thrown far away, slamming into the wall behind, causing dust to billow. The mother still didn't understand what had just happened. What was that just now? Right at this moment, the watches on everyone's hands simultaneously sounded a notification. Disaster warning, Soda area, District X, Seoul, living corpses suddenly appeared, everyone please evacuate quickly. Seeing that notification, the mother finally understood what had just happened. It turned out that the girl had saved their lives. The little girl was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes, and she choked out, sob, Mom, just now. The mother immediately covered her daughter's mouth, reassuring her in a gentle voice, don't cry, baby, it's okay. Then she held her child in her arms and began to follow the crowd to leave. Now we're going to hide, do you understand? The protector monks will protect us. The atmosphere in the shopping mall gradually became suffocatingly tense, and the crowd began to thin out. Goblin Ivan looked at the scene just now, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and said, is she a protector monk? Even so, did you see that? If anyone dares to run away from here, I will kill them all. Then he turned to Yan Wang and ordered, hand over the armor secret code to me now. Seeing everyone had left, Yan Wang finally felt at ease and began to completely let loose. Seeing this guy trigger the alarm, he simply replied coldly, fine. The other guy was so enraged that the veins on his neck bulged as he screamed, are you even listening to me? Suddenly, Yan Wang leaped over the railing from the high floor. His sudden action left the guy stunned, thinking that the bastard was trying to escape to the ground floor. Ivan immediately followed closely behind, bloating and cursing inwardly, you fool. Electricity quickly surged into his hands as he shouted triumphantly, once you are airborne, there is no dodging. Just as he said, Yan Wang's hands were currently occupied holding Baek Dae, leaving him with no way to evade. However, Yan Wang was by no means an easy target to deal with. He turned his head with a smirk, it is true that I cannot dodge, but neither can you. Only at this moment did Ivan realize that Yan Wang was plotting something. Yan Wang instantly bellowed, Hell Soul. Right after that, a blue light enveloped the space. Enveloping them, that light gradually expanded, and the figures of the three people vanished at the same time.
A loud sound echoed, then another realm covered in green appeared. In this place, other than the crystal clear water and the deep sky, there was nothing else. Due to the recent tremor, raindrops began to fall gradually. Yenwang gently raised his hand to block his giant fist. Goblin Ivan had no time to react. Being suddenly dragged into another realm made him incredibly shocked. Lu Wang observed him, then frowned and asked, "Now that I think about it, could this guy be that person?" Goblin Ivan, the story of his past was gradually revealed, a man who once lived a life like a flash of lightning. His father had abandoned his wife because she could not bear children. Afterwards, he met another woman and gave birth to Ivan. His father looked at the child lying in the crib with a despicable smile, and that act angered the archbishop. Countless lightning bolts appeared, striking down on Lord Yu's castle. After that, he cursed him, "You will give birth to a demon, your country will be drowned in blood and tears." Since childhood, the personality of Goblin Ivan had been twisted like a demon's. He committed acts that normal people could never imagine. The older he grew, the more insane he became, his life seemingly bathed in the fresh blood of innocent civilians. Countless citizens would perish, and blood would flow like rivers. Because of the demon's madness, all of Russia would be burned to ashes. Returning to reality, he furiously continued to swing his fists at Yen Wang. Now that nothing was holding him back, he easily dodged the attacks. Yen Wang calmly asked if his madness had increased over the years. Lu Wang immediately replied that indeed it had, and that he did not even spare his daughter-in-law who was carrying his own grandchild. The Goblin Ivan kept lunging to attack him but missed every single time, only smashing the water surface and causing it to splash everywhere. As the water droplets fell onto his body, he gritted his teeth in anger and roared, "Bastard, kill!" Yen Wang showed no sign of fear, but instead calmly asked him in return, "Is it the opposite?" His eyes welled up with tears, but the madness in his voice did not diminish in the slightest. "In the end, I finally killed the crown prince who cursed me to death, but unfortunately, the madness has returned." The Goblin Ivan glared at him with eyes full of resentment. Yen Wang's face darkened with anger. He was just a madman, talking about murder and then calling it unfortunate. Lu Wang was equally furious, shouting in anger, "What has this guy done?" But Yen Wang immediately interrupted him, "Leave him be." He reluctantly protested, but Yen Wang raised his hand to stop him, "Let it go, let it go." Then Yen Wang clenched his fist, punching it repeatedly into his right palm, and continued, "Of course, a sinner must receive a fitting punishment." Just a second later, the flames of hell erupted continuously. As he rose up, Goblin Ivan unexpectedly threw a lightning fist straight at him. He didn't even change his expression, his attitude remained strangely calm, and he even seemed quite excited. Lu Wang madly cursed, "You heartless bastard," throwing a blow while someone is speaking. Then it anxiously asked Yen Wang, "Are you alright?" At this moment, his body was emitting thick smoke, startling it. Suddenly, Yen Wang grabbed Lu Wang's round body so tightly that it deformed. He called out in a low voice, "Lu Wang!" His face looked as if it was about to explode, with blue veins bulging tightly around his eyes. Yen Wang kneaded it until its whole body was completely distorted. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Lend me your scholar's holy shroud." His words made it gasp in shock. "Eh?" Lu Wang angrily screamed, "I don't want to, I don't want to." "What kind of trouble are you planning to cause again?" "It must certainly be so." "No!" Screaming, it rushed to attack, pouncing on Yen Wang and causing him to cry out in pain, "Ouch, ah, it hurts." Holding his head, he turned around and reproached, "Are you really that petty? I'm just using it for a bit and will return it right away." Lu Wang became even more furious. "You know very well that the scholar's holy shroud has side effects." Not backing down, he turned and shouted straight into Lu Wang's face, "Don't you trust me? If I can endure it, nothing bad will happen." Lu Wang replied, "It's not that kind of side effect." Before he could even finish his sentence, a terrifying surge of power blasted Lu Wang far away. This made him glare in anger and shout, "Hey, why do you keep sneak attacking me while I'm speaking? How despicable." The surge of power swept past him once more, making him jump in fear. Hic! It turned out to be the technique of the Goblin Ivan, and he had not lowered his hand yet. He glared at Lu Wang and said, "I am not careless, just like a lion." His eyes were filled with murderous intent, even when hunting. Immediately after, Yan Wang rushed in out of nowhere right in front of Ivan, landing a direct punch straight to his face. Ivan grimaced in pain, thinking to himself, he is too fast. Yan Wang raised his fist again, intending to beat him with another blow. But this time, Ivan reacted faster, immediately retreating backward to maintain a safe distance. He coughed in pain. "Ugh, your fist is." Right at that moment, another punch from Yan Wang rained down, and a terrifying murderous aura instantly closed in. Before he could even sigh in relief from evading the previous attack, he was blown away by him. His head felt severely concussed. The impact was extremely violent, sending his entire body flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground. A small explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. He stumbled to his feet, trembling, just as the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Ivan was enraged to the absolute limit. He clenched his fists tightly, gathering all his strength to prepare for a decisive strike. What on earth was this guy? He was definitely not a normal human. Before his eyes, the figure of Yan Wang appeared. A bizarre and overwhelming crimson energy radiated from around his body. Ivan thought to himself in frustration that he could no longer afford to be careless, he had to use his full power. He lowered his stance, gathering powerful energy in both hands, watching him intently to be ready for any move. But on the opposite side, Yan Wang remained completely motionless in his stance, with no intention of moving. Filled with doubt, Ivan wondered why he had suddenly stopped. But he did not attack anymore. Gathering all the lightning into one hand, he thought to himself, does anyone see that he is preparing to launch a very powerful blow? The bolt of lightning in his hand grew larger by the second, its crackling sound echoing continuously in the tense air. Just looking at the growing lightning was enough to know he was pooling all his strength for a finishing blow. Yet, Yan Wang still did not make a move. Ivan broke out in more and more cold sweat. He wondered what his opponent was waiting for. His face grew stiff, and his eyes widened, staring intently at his every move. However, before his attack could even be unleashed, Yan Wang closed the distance as fast as lightning, appearing right in front of him. He delivered another direct, powerful punch. Unable to defend in time, he could only blurt out a helpless curse, "Damn bastard." From just now until now, Ivan had done nothing but take hits, causing his face to start swelling up. Meanwhile, Yan Wang's arm also emitted a sizzling sound, with a thin trail of smoke rising, showing just how heavy the previous punch had been. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Lu Wan was so terrified that he broke into a cold sweat. Every time that guy spoke, Yan Wang would strike him, likely holding a grudge because he had been interrupted earlier. That person, his great emperor, Ivan trembled and clutched his own legs to keep from collapsing. Struggling to stand up, he roared in defiance, "How dare you? How dare you toy with me? I will kill you." His eyes glared wide, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. The anger had reached its peak, making every blue vein on his face stand out clearly. It looked extremely horrific. But at this moment, Yan Wang remained perfectly calm, cracking his knuckles and mimicking his words, "How dare you? Do you not know who is sentencing you?" His face darkened, suddenly realizing in horror that killing intent had completely enveloped his back. Power condensed in Yan Wang's hands as he unleashed his technique, Sinner Combustion, Fiery Hell. The hellfire in his palm gradually erupted, becoming more and more intense. Following that, Yan Wang threw a punch, and the hellfire surged forward, completely swallowing his body. That terrifying power made Ivan unable to keep his footing, his eyes wide with resentment. Seeing that he was not burned to ashes, Yan Wang sighed in disappointment. As expected, you do not catch fire very well. He thought to himself, it was exactly like when he did this to Xian Wu, he lacked sufficient firepower, a Dao, or the scholar's holy shroud. From within the flames, Ivan emerged in a rage, a sphere of lightning already condensing in his palm. Witnessing this, Yan Wang told himself, I must obtain one of the two, or something else. However, Ivan's technique couldn't even touch a single hair of Yan Wang. He immediately leaped backward, easily evading the guy's attack. Yan Wang curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. He immediately unleashed the fiery hell technique. Seeing this, the guy furiously roared.
This guy. Only then did he realize. You are Yan Wang, Yama Emperor, the Punisher of Sinners.
As he spoke, he raised his hands high, interlocking his two index fingers to summon down a massive bolt of lightning. The brilliant golden pillar of lightning shone so brightly it seemed to tear the sky apart, as he madly shrieked.
Lightning!
Yan Wang was directly hit by the lightning strike, his entire body enveloped in the blinding golden light.
Lu Wang stood aside watching, his face instantly darkening with panic. Impossible!
A mere corpse possesses telekinesis, and it is not just electricity, but true lightning. After unleashing such a spectacular move, the guy quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance. Immediately after, a blinding flash of light rushed in from afar. He took a full run-up, lunging straight in front of him and returning a punch. The strike left Yan Wang with no time to react, sending him flying back.
He laughed triumphantly at his recent move. Ha ha ha, how does that feel?
Surely you feel like every piece of your flesh is burning and tearing apart.
But how could that lightning pillar defeat Yan Wang? His entire body was smoking, yet he still maintained his balance, standing upright on the ground.
Ivan gleefully stepped closer, opening his mouth to provoke. No matter how long you try to hold out, just being struck by lightning twice.
Black smoke billowed from his body. Yan Wang muttered to himself, is this power actually lightning?
Yan Wang raised his head to look at him, a wild smile appearing on his lips. Isn't this too easy?
Cuckoo, seeing this, Ivan was extremely shocked, his face darkening with doubt. Why was the opponent completely unharmed?
Lu Wang flew closer from behind and spoke up, to you corpses, that might be terrifying and not bad.
But to him, that is just like a mosquito. In his entire life, this is his softest part.
Yet, he still takes revenge for the gods.
Yan Wang immediately showed an annoyed expression. He turned around to refute Lu Wang's words. Do you think I am taking orders from you?
Well, that is indeed the case.
Ivan went mad, shouting furiously, Hey, stop making me laugh. He continued to gather all his strength, accumulating lightning in his hands.
The sheer rage seemed to make his power surge noticeably.
He roared insanely, Yan Wang, die.
As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed lightning fiercely towards him.
But Yan Wang remained perfectly calm, wearing a provocative smile. He teased, Ko, how terrifying, my stiff shoulders are finally loosening up.
He even cast a contemptuous look at the guy. Let me tell you why your attack didn't amount to anything. As he spoke, he leaped high into the air. Afterward, Yan Wang gently landed nearby, with a few lingering sparks of lightning still crackling beneath his feet. I've been through it so much that I've gotten used to it. An old acquaintance of mine was just like you.
Getting beaten up by him so many times made me accustomed to it.
Hearing those words, Ivan broke into a cold sweat, his eyes rolling back in sheer terror.
Understand?
Pointing up at the sky, he cheerfully continued, you have to experience it to understand. Yan Wang said in a playful tone, Thundermaker, help me out this once. Yan Wang finished speaking, but no strange phenomena occurred in the sky, nor did any lightning strike down. The goblin Ivan also curiously looked up in the direction his hand was pointing. He smiled helplessly. That guy won't even listen, he really prefers the hard way over the easy way. His face contorted, clearly showing his annoyance as he cursed, irresponsible old man. Suddenly, a column of furious heavenly lightning struck directly down onto Ivan's position. Seeing this, Yan Wang burst into a hearty, delighted laughter, kikik. Meanwhile, inside the shopping mall, Li Ziyu was gathering the cracked and broken pieces of tiles, neatly stacking them in one place. With everything almost sorted out, she turned to speak to Baiyu. She stepped closer, asking in astonishment, Is it done already? Baiyu said gratefully, Thank you, thanks to you it ended quickly and cleanly. Li Ziyu tiredly wiped the sweat from her forehead, immediately replying, Not at all, I should be the one thanking you. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Thanks to that, the citizens were evacuated safely. After a moment of silence, Baiyu asked curiously, Is Lord Yan Wang still beating up that corpse? Yes, he has already sent him to hell. That answer was not beyond her expectations. Baiyu sighed, I knew it without even looking.
Then, Bai shifted the topic to someone else. Have you met Hoi yet? Li Jiyu happily replied. Yes, it seems he has found it. But Bai sighed softly, I'm really worried. She gasped in surprise, is there something wrong? Bai thought for a moment and replied, I have met Jayap Hoi a few times too. But no matter how many times I invited her to work together, it didn't work. It seems she is held back by her family. She was stunned, the word family repeating in her mind. Instantly, Li Jiyu recalled the scene of Baek Dahe being slapped hard by Li Yuduan, falling to the ground. She remembered that disgusting face, and remembered that gaze looking at Baek Dahe as if she were nothing but an insect. Therefore, Li Jiyu's face immediately darkened, and he angrily retorted, that relationship is not a family. Bai was completely unaware of what had happened, and asked anxiously, what? Is there something wrong with Jayap Hoi? The words Li Jiyu said shocked her deeply. She had believed those bad people were family, but everything will be fine. She wore a smile full of confidence. Lord Yen Wang would definitely not let the bad guys off. Back in Yen Wang's dimension, Li Yuduan took the opportunity to crawl close to Baek Dahe while the other three were fighting fiercely. He heard the roaring sounds of battle behind him, breaking out in a cold sweat. The continuous attacks pounded down on the water, causing it to splash like a downpour. He glanced at them and cursed silently, damn brainless monsters. Fortunately, that corpse left me behind, otherwise I would have run away and hidden right then. At the same time, Yen Wang in the distance launched a fiery hell punch straight at the goblin Ivan. A giant figure seemed to cover the entire space behind him. Li Yuduan continued to think to himself that he must have been dragged into that war by now. He angrily cursed, wondering why his life was so miserable. Then, he turned to Baek Dahe, who was crouching next to him, and called out, Hey, Baek Dahe. Only then did she react slightly, her soulless face slowly looking up. Angrily grabbing her collar, he shouted, Damn it, where on earth is this place? Tell me if you know. But Baek Dahe only stared at him for a long time before uttering, Dad. Facing a clueless person in such an urgent situation made Li Yuduan grow more and more furious. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, Damn it. He strained his neck and yelled furiously, You keep calling me father and it's making my blood boil. How long are you going to keep fantasizing about being family? I absolutely detest looking at you, answer me, you dog. The more he spoke, the more desperate he became, unable to stop the tears from rolling down his face. At this moment, Li Yuduan looked no different from a madman desperately trying to cling to his own miserable life. That crowd came for you, didn't they? They are connected to you, so why on earth did you drag me all the way here? It's all your fault. Get me out of here right now, they only want you. However, Baek Dahe could not say anything except calling out father. Those words were like pouring oil on the fire, causing him to directly grab her face. His face was dirty to the extreme, and his bloodshot eyes looked incredibly disgusting. He shouted, Father my ass. You have never been my daughter for even a single second. These words were like a fatal blow struck straight at Baek Dahe. At the same time, the lightning summoned by Yen Wang also instantly struck down. As the lightning faded, raindrops began to fall. Goblin Ivan, hit by just one blow, was scorched and collapsed onto the water, completely drained of strength. At this moment, the giant was completely stripped of his ability to fight, with black smoke rising from his entire body. Yen Wang rubbed his neck and walked past. Passing by him, he muttered, Well, deal with this brat first. Then he walked straight toward Baek Dahe, feeling like he had been doing useless chores all this time. Seeing him approach, Li Yuduan immediately panicked and ran behind Baek Dahe. When he stood in front of her, he suddenly stopped and froze for a moment. The ugly scene before his eyes made his face darken, and his voice dropped as he asked, What the hell is this? It turned out that Li Yuduan had taken advantage of that moment to wrap his arm tightly around Baek Dahe's neck, looking ready to fight to the death. Cold sweat pouring down, he could only desperately threaten, Damn it, don't come any closer. Get me out of here, or I'll break her neck. You need her, right? So? Those words of his. It sounded no different than a mosquito buzzing in Yen Wang's ear. Therefore, he immediately cut him off. Jayap Hoi, what are you waiting for? The guy still thought he was being addressed, so he angrily cursed, "You dog, who are you calling a pig?" But Yan Wang immediately pointed at Baek Dahe and said, "Not you. I am asking that Jayap Hoi. You, as the armor secret code, why do you keep getting beaten up like that?" Baek Dahe shyly looked away.
Only now could she utter a complete sentence. "Greetings, esteemed Yan Wang.
It has been a long time since I last saw you." He asked, "How have things been lately? Do you need any help from me?" But Baek Dahe remained silent, not responding. The guy also did not expect that mere insect to have such a special identity.
The scene before his eyes made him more and more terrified, his mind constantly racing to find a way to escape.
That way wouldn't work? He had to improvise.
Knowing he held someone important in his hands, he immediately shouted, "Let's negotiate, negotiate.
I'll release this brat and you take me back. If I tell this Baek Dahe to die, she will listen. Just say the word and she'll follow you right away, she always listens to me."
Then he pointed at himself and made a demand, so just let me go back, it's a win-win for both of us."
The more he spoke, the more brilliant he thought his idea was, asking him with a smug face, "Well? It's a sweet deal, you in?" But then a gloomy voice echoed, "What an arrogant guy."
Yan Wang had not yet had time to say anything when the goblin Ivan could not help but make a sarcastic remark. "The emptier the vessel, the louder the noise, you mere mortal." His already deformed face became even more hideous. The wrinkled patches of skin were also gradually melting due to the lightning bolt from earlier. He roared like a madman, "Shut your filthy mouth, the armor secret code belongs to Lord Debay." But Li Yuduan, right on the verge of life and death, was no less frenzied. He opened his wide mouth and roared, "Stop being ridiculous, this girl is mine, she is my bargaining chip." Hearing this, Ivan laughed so hard he could barely contain himself. He asked, "You fool, do you think everything will go your way?" Li Yuduan replied with absolute certainty, "Of course, to her, my word is law." "I said dead means dead." Ivan angrily shouted. "Shut your mouth." The more they insulted each other, the more heartbroken Baek Dahe became, her tears continuously falling onto her hands. Li Yuduan not only refused to shut up but also screamed to question her, "Isn't that right, Dahe? Will you listen to me?" Ivan still stubbornly repeated, "The armor secret code belongs to Lord Debay." Right at this moment, Lu Wang suddenly interrupted, "You dog, what did you just say? Debay?" Seeing someone dare to look down on Debay, he was so enraged that his blue veins stood out, his eyes glaring as if they could burst at any moment. "Damn it, who allowed you to call Lord Debay by his bare name? I won't let this go." Lu Wang's entire body radiated a crimson aura resembling the fiery hell of Yan Wang. He calmly asked, "A corpse? Did Debay send you?" Under the constant pressure emanating from him, black threads continuously spread through the air. That strange and terrifying aura caused an invisible fear to rise in his heart. What on earth is this thing? Isn't it Yan Wang's pet? While Lu Wang was still consumed by anger, Yan Wang suddenly called out, "Lu Wang!" It immediately replied obediently. "You called me, Lord Yan Wang," while simultaneously withdrawing the aura from earlier. He stepped closer, reached out to pat Baek Dahe's head, and asked Lu Wang, "What do I always say?" She was astonished, looking up at him with tearful eyes. It remained silent for a moment before replying. "The most important thing is the victim." He squatted down, pointed directly at Li Yuduan and ordered, "Mortal, take your hand off and step back. I have something to say to Dahi." However, he still refused to listen right away, stubbornly asking back, If so, will I be released?" Oh, before he could even finish his sentence, Yan Wang grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. This time he was truly enraged, his entire body radiating the aura of hell, his deep voice echoing, "If I have to say one more word, I will wring the fat from your tongue, freeze it into candle wax, and use it to light up all of hell." His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp red light, as if he wanted to choke him to death on the spot. Only now did Li Yuduan remember his identity, and fear instantly surged within him. Just now, because of his panic, he had been foolishly reckless. He was so terrified that he almost wet his pants, and immediately after, he actually did.
Disgusted, Yan Wang violently threw Li Yuduan backward. Baek Dehe stammered, "My Lord Yan Wang." Only then did he get down on one knee. He looked at her gently and asked, "Dehe, do you want a family?" Baek Dehe immediately lowered her head, replying sadly, "How can there be something called a family in this hell? Looking at the happy mortal realm, I am truly jealous. I thought I had a family." The more she spoke, the more self-pitying Baek Dehe became, tears pouring down like rain. "I mistakenly believed, even though it was a foolish thought. But once again, I considered them my family." Yan Wang seemed to understand the thoughts in her heart and asked happily, "Dehe, do you want to be reincarnated with me? As a family?" The sunlight pierced through the pure white clouds. Yan Wang and Baek Dehe sat opposite each other in an infinite space. She could not believe it and stammered to confirm, "Is it really a family?" Yan Wang smiled, gently clasping his hands together and explained, "Yeah, take my hand and be reincarnated, then we will truly become a family." Then he asked softly in inquiry, "How is it? Are you alright? Do you want to think about it?" Baek Dehe's entire body suddenly trembled. Tears could not help but fall onto the back of her lightly clenched hand. With her face covered in tears, she raised her voice and asked, "Is that really alright?" Yan Wang flashed a confident smile, "Of course." Then, resting his hands on his knees, he stood up, "Then let us make an oath." With those words, he reached his hand out toward her. Baek Dehe joyfully took his hand. "Yes, Lord Yan Wang." He smiled gently. Overwhelmed with emotion, Baek Dehe rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Lord Yan Wang." She buried her face in his neck, whispering, "I am truly, deeply grateful to you." Yan Wang smiled gently, patting her back reassuringly. "Alright, I'll be relying on you from now on." Suddenly, Baek Dehe's body emitted a red glow, with thin black magic energy like smoke swirling around them. The power within her exploded in an instant, blowing her hair straight up. Yan Wang froze, breaking into a cold sweat. "What is this?" That red glow seemed to turn into flames enveloping Baek Dehe's body, while she clasped her hands together as if in prayer. To think such a thing could actually happen! Lu Wang shrieked as he was swept backward by the air current. In her heart, terrified yet resolved, Dehe had completely opened her soul. In the middle of Baek Dehe's chest, a pink thread of connection suddenly appeared, her destiny linked with Dehe. That thread continued to stretch. Her flame-like aura quickly chased and enveloped the thread, which was being shattered by her destiny with Lord Yan Wang. That flame grew stronger and stronger, its power violently erupting in an instant. Ivan stared in daze at the scene before him, his pupils contracting with terror. This was... Suddenly, he noticed Li Yuduan kneeling on the ground. His face was now pale gray, his eyes wide open as if about to tear, screaming in supplication. "Sir, you need Dehe, right? I'll give her to you. Once you have Dehe, please let me go." Ivan furrowed his brow, looking down from above with disgusted eyes. "Mortal, you really are." Right at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted, "Don't act rashly." Lu Wang hovered in front, speaking in a deep voice, "Anyway, in just a moment, the future of this mortal will be decided." Hearing this, Li Yuduan trembled even more violently. At the same time, Baek Dehe, standing at the center of the magic flame, was gradually changing her form. In just a brief moment, the magic flame completely engulfed her and began to fluctuate wildly, forming a giant vortex. Immediately after that, the magic power exploded, spreading all the way to Ivan's position. The powerful pressure swept across his ugly face. In Ivan's mind, Dehe's warning echoed, "Before Yan Wang regains his strength, gather all the armor secret codes back here." Ivan instantly snapped back to reality, his eyes wide open as if they were about to burst. In front of him, Baek Dehe's form after her transformation gradually became clear. She slowly took steps with her bare feet on the water. Her red-tinted eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened, sparkling as if reflecting a brilliant night sky. The fierce red magic, wild like fire, had now transformed into a dress draped over her. This was her true form, Baek Dehe, the subordinate of the great Yan Wang. At this moment, Ivan was sweating profusely. This was exactly what Lord Dehe had been worried about. He stared wide-eyed at Yan Wang and Baek Dehe in front of him.
Ivan stomped his foot down, sending splashes of water flying. He had to strike now, for the sake of Lord Debay. Immediately after, his entire body tensed as he let out a long scream, and a lightning-like power erupted, enveloping his body. Ivan's eyes glowed bright yellow. He unleashed lightning and roared out his name, Yen Wang. Raising both hands to the sky, his power instantly erupted, a colossal bolt of lightning shooting from his body like a lightning rod. Holding a sphere of lightning in his hands, Ivan shrieked, "I will drag you down with me." With that, he charged like an arrow towards Yin Wang and Baek Dahe. This time, Ivan was determined to fight to the death. He screamed, "Die!" Lu Wan looked down from above, narrowing his eyes in pure rage. "You scum, do you not know what subordinates are for?" He stared at the connecting thread linking the chests of the two at this moment. Currently, Yen Wang and Baek Dahe were connected to each other by the thread of life. Baek Dahe smiled, raising the gold-trimmed black coat in her hands. Dahe was granted the status of a god by Yen Wang, while in return, he received from Dahe. He coldly reached out his hand to receive it, but her hand also extended at the same time. Baek Dahe personally draped that coat over Yen Wang, which was the scholar's holy shroud. The moment he put it on, a surge of evil power instantly manifested. A massive demonic skull, shrouded in a terrifying flow of magical energy, swiftly blocked Ivan's attack. He was so terrified that his face distorted, looking up at the entity standing before him. Borrowing the spiritual power from the scholar's holy shroud, Yen Wang stood there like a descending demon god, his entire body radiating a deadly magical aura. Behind him, Baek Dahe served as his support. Gently clenching his fist, he coldly muttered, "Fonda, swallow the entire field." Upon receiving the command, the demonic skull immediately opened its pitch-black mouth wide like a bottomless abyss towards Ivan. His face at this moment looked as if he had lost everything. In his mind, only a single thought remained: he truly is Yen Wang. Suddenly, Debay's reminder in his warning gaze flashed through his mind, warning him not to casually call out that person's name. Ivan widened his eyes, wondering why he had gone to such lengths. But facing death right before his eyes, he seemed to understand everything. There was indeed a reason. After the demon skull devoured Ivan, a purple flame flared up inside its eye sockets. The demon skull threw its head back and roared, causing a sudden gale to sweep across the entire space. Lu Wang broke into a cold sweat, his eyebrows freezing in the wind. The tip of Yen Wang's foot lightly touched the water's surface, and a dominant aura radiated from him, "Destroy." The moment the word left his mouth, the powerful demon skull behind him instantly shattered like water bubbles. Then, Yen Wang glared with his crimson eyes, coldly calling out, "Lu Wang." Hearing the command, Lu Wang hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, Yen Wang." He looked at its cowering posture and continued, "The guy I just swallowed seems to be a subordinate of Debay." Each subsequent sentence he uttered sent shivers down the listener's spine. "I will digest him and then throw him into hell. Go and gather more information." Yen Wang's eyes were filled with anger as he muttered, "That rotten Debay seems to be plotting something." Lu Wang bowed and replied, "Please rest assured and leave it to me." Then, it secretly peeked with one eye to observe, "For this is my specialty." Yen Wang didn't even bother to pay attention. He turned around and led Baek Dahe away. "All right." Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. "You've been waiting for a long time, right?" Below him was Li Yuduan, trembling with fear, looking at him as if he were looking at a demon. Indeed, his appearance at this moment was no different from a demon. Yen Wang reached out his hand as if to claim a life. "Now it is your turn." His hand gradually forced him deep into the darkness. "Sinner." Yen Wang directly grabbed Li Yuduan's pig head. He panicked and screamed relentlessly, Li Yuduan, please let me say a few words to Dahe just once. Please give me a chance." Yen Wang's gaze looking at him was completely devoid of emotion, eyes deep red like the blood of sinners. He instantly threw him down violently. Li Yuduan could not help but cry out in pain. In the end, he finally had to pay the price. Lying flat on the ground, he coughed painfully and continuously. At this moment, Li Yuduan's entire body was still trembling uncontrollably, desperately calling out, "Dahe, Dahe." Facing the brink of death, Li Yuduan finally humbled himself to beg, I'm sorry, I'm sorry for being so terrible to you in the past.
If this continues, it will be absolutely horrific.
Now, he no longer cared about anything else, only repeatedly prostrating himself to beg Baek Dae, please, I won't scold you, I will never hit you again.
Please give me a way out, save me. Yan Wang stepped forward and asked, what do you want?
Baek Dae thought for a moment, then spoke up, Lord Yan Wang.
I will forgive him. After all, he still raised me.
Her words were like a life-saving straw for Li Yuduan.
He looked up in joy, Is that true? You will forgive me?
Baek Dae smiled bitterly, yes, I accept. He joyfully crawled to Yan Wang, grabbed the cuff of his pants, and begged, You heard that, right?
I have been forgiven, is that enough?
She isn't holding a grudge anymore, look. But as soon as he saw the terrifying expression on Yan Wang's face, he shut his mouth instantly. Without saying another word, he immediately grabbed his collar and pulled him up.
I really don't understand. His words made Li Yuduan panic and asked back, what?
Yan Wang approached him closely and asked in a low voice, You are the one begging for forgiveness, so why do you seem so delighted? He trembled violently, stammering in self-defense,
Isn't it true that if I am forgiven, the punishment will be reduced?
But he immediately cut him off, nonsense. His eyes widened, his face filled with rage.
Even if you receive 100,000 times of forgiveness, can a broken glass mend itself? The sins you have committed will absolutely never disappear.
At this moment, Li Yuduan finally understood that things were not as simple as he thought, and his life was once again drawing close to death. He stammered in plea, please don't do that. Yan Wang did not care at all, only grit his teeth and continued, Are you innocent just because you were forgiven?
Then won't you people just choose weak targets to bully? And then all it takes is forgiveness, right?
The laws of the mortal realm are worse than a piece of trash.
No matter what you are like, this time I will not let you off.
With that, he violently threw him to the ground like discarding a piece of garbage. Holding him only made his hands dirty. Yan Wang raised his hand and proclaimed, You shall punish the unforgettable sins. Suddenly, streaks of purple lightning appeared on his hand. I hand down the judgment. The fragments gradually manifested, and at this moment, Yan Wang's appearance truly resembled a real king of hell.
Li Yuduan could only sit there in despair.
He continued to speak, for the sinner with a sharp tongue. Using one's own body as a blade to harm others, until the Dayknife mountain rusts away, climbing it without using hands and feet. His eyes were filled with rage, and his voice, sounding as if echoing from hell, continued to resound. Then, the image of the wretched Li Yuduan constantly begging appeared, I will do anything, please get me out of here. He pronounced the sentence, Take him away to be made into a candle. The moment those words fell, Li Yuduan was so terrified that his face turned pale, looking as if he had aged 10 years. His verdict frightened him so much that he lost his mind. A crack suddenly opened with a rasping sound. After everything was resolved, Yan Wang tore through space to return to reality. Li Jiyu, who was sitting on the bench, was stunned to see that scene. She immediately ran up to him and asked, You were gone longer than I thought, is everything settled? Yan Wang rubbed his tired eyes. Well, it is also done. However, Li Jiyu quickly and keenly realized that something was not right. She asked again, Is everything really okay? But your expression is so strange. He smiled back to deliver his verdict, Even if it's me, I would still feel tired. Right after that, Li Jiyu shoved something into his mouth. Yan Wang looked in astonishment at the piece of cake in his mouth. She said, It's a fish-shaped bun, is it good? Only then did he begin to taste it and ask, Where did you buy it? Just right ahead. Thanks to Miss Bayou, I had a little time left, and thinking I would get hungry, I bought some. Li Ziyu playfully ran ahead. At that moment, the sunset fell, and Yan Wang stood silently watching her retreating figure. She walked ahead and said, You have worked hard, Yan Wang. Now, let's leave work. He had not yet reacted and just stood blankly in place. A moment later, he chewed the fish cake, and his face instantly brightened up. Yan Wang began to walk closer to her. Li Ziyu skipped happily ahead and cheered, Ha, leaving work early. Yan Wang also felt more relieved in his heart, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. That night, inside a tall building, red pins continuously appeared on the map. A young man spoke up, like I just said, there are 5 locations in the country where active corpses have been detected. Baiyu gasped in surprise, 5 places? He replied, yes, and the special thing about these places is… But Baiyu quickly guessed and interrupted, are they believed to be the residences of the armor's secret codes? He replied, yes, that is correct. Baiyu continued to ask, how did Li Jiyu report on the incident at the shopping mall? He began to present. Because they were still trying to investigate from the corpses, the gathered information was not entirely accurate yet. It seemed that these corpses were subordinates of Lord Debay, currently gathering the armor's secret codes. Baiyu crossed her arms, silently contemplating. Lord Debay was gathering the armor's secret codes, since they were former subordinates, they should obey with just a simple call. Why did he have to resort to violence to bring them back? She cast her eyes up at the full moon high above and fell deep into thought. The timing was also absolutely perfect. The period when the corpses were most active was right after Lord Yan Wang arrived here. Surely, Lord Debay was also under immense pressure because of this reappearance. That must be why he needed to gather all 12 armor secret codes to achieve some purpose. Suddenly, she noticed many brilliant spots of light appearing in the dark night sky, which had previously been devoid of stars. Facing this strange sight, she was extremely… At the same time. A moment later, Baiyu finally realized what those things were and gasped in horror. She stood up abruptly, leaving the young man beside her bewildered as he called out, Miss Baiyu. Sweat began to bead on her forehead as she held her pen, speaking in a rush. He did that because obviously, if we discover the plan, he won't monitor us anymore. She then quickly scribbled strange symbols onto a small piece of paper. With a grave expression, she handed it to the young man and urged, deliver this to Yan Wang. He replied, ah yes, I understand. She suddenly stepped in close, pushing him back against the wall. Startled, the young man stammered, but… Miss Baiyu. Baiyu lowered her voice and continued, I will entrust you with an important mission. The close proximity made the young man blush with embarrassment. Leaning close to his ear with an extremely serious expression, Baiyu whispered, it turns out those twinkling lights in the sky are actually a group of people. Hearing Baiyu's words, the young man froze. She did not give him a chance to say more, immediately squeezing his shoulder, you understand, right? I'm counting on you. Right at that moment, the other group shattered the glass window and rushed straight into the office. Every single one of them wore a frantic smile, and among them was Xianwu. Despite the tension, Baiyu still tried to put on a teasing smile, because my life is on the line here. Baiyu anxiously pushed Bingathu away, but he still hesitated to leave. Miss Baiyu. So she had to urge him in a cold voice, go. Baiyu's hair stood on end as she glanced behind her, knowing that any slower and there would be no chance left. Through the thick smoke, deformed figures of various sizes gradually became clear. Xianwu spoke up from within, you know the reason we came here, don't you? He turned around and warned, get ready to leave immediately, Lord Debay summons you. Baiyu smiled forcefully and motioned, wait, I need to talk about this. Why is Lord Debay gathering the 12 armors, the armor secret code? Xianwu did not answer, which made her even more bewildered, is it because of some major event? I completely don't understand, Lord Debay was never like this before. He remained silent, not saying a word. Baiyu then asked further, it seems Brother Xianwu also knows something, right? But instead of answering her, he made his move. His hand gently touched the weapon on his hip, and immediately, a powerful force struck straight at Baiyu. Taken completely by surprise, she did not have time to dodge. Baiyu spat out fresh blood, her face instantly turning pale. Her whole body went limp, and she collapsed. Xianwu said contemptuously, too talkative, I did not come here to chat. He ordered, take the 12 armors away. The subordinates immediately obeyed, yes, Lord Xianwu. From the crack of the door, and I was still silently observing the entire event. It turned out that Bingatha had not left this place yet. He stealthily looked into the room, his mind in complete turmoil. Miss Baiyu, what should I do?
Are we really just going to run away like this?
At this moment, Bai Yu no longer had the strength to resist.
She could only watch helplessly as they dragged her away.
However, Xianwu was extremely sharp and quickly noticed that someone was lurking. He instantly turned his head to look toward that door.
Having his cover blown, Bingathu immediately turned around and ran. Seeing this, Huazi smiled fiercely and asked, "Do you want to catch it, sir?"
Xianwu indifferently replied, "No need to bother with such a tiny fry." Having said that, he ordered Huazi to open the gate and proceed to the next 12 armors.
She waved her hand, creating a streak of light, and reported respectfully, "The gate is open, sir."
Immediately after, Huazi unleashed her power forward, opening a bizarre passageway. Suddenly, a voice called out in the corridor, "Lord Xianwu."
Yi Wu quietly appeared, calmly asking, "May this poor monk follow you?"
Thus, Huazi took the opportunity to mock him.
"Ha, this monk is at it again. Last time you were the only one left behind. Do you like bothering others that much, or are you just sneaking off to enjoy yourself, huh?"
Despite being ridiculed, Nia Wu calmly replied, "Amatba, please do not speak harshly of this poor monk.
He was indeed the weird monk, a subordinate of Debay."
Xianwu did not seem to care much, letting him do as he pleased.
Huazi looked at him in embarrassment. Master, are you really leaving the monk behind? He's definitely going to indulge himself again." Xianwu could only warn him in a cold voice.
"But remember this, weird monk." He reminded him with an icy tone, "If you happen to cross paths,
Lord Yanwang, do not make a move, run away immediately." The guide also kindly advised, "Hey, monk, if there is anything fun, you must definitely call me, got it?"
Having said that, the gate immediately shut down.
Li Jiyu casually replied, "Of course."
He wore a strange, unpredictable smile, and then Li Jiyu's voice suddenly became chillingly cold, "Why wouldn't I?" The scene shifted to a crowded apartment building, where the sunlight was gradually becoming clearer.
Li Jiyu threw the door open, looking extremely hurried. "Lord Yanwang, are you ready? We have to leave early." Yanwan rushed out and replied, "I am ready, what are you rushing me for? Let's go." The two of them hurriedly ran outside.
Li Jiyu turned her head back while running and said, "I am truly sorry, Lord Yanwan, for suddenly being summoned." Yanwang smiled wryly to let it pass, "It is fine, I have also gotten used to your hard work."
However, he still asked with curiosity, "But what on earth happened that you had to leave so early in the morning?"
Li Jiyu explained anxiously, "I heard that the Protector Monk headquarters was attacked by corpses. There are also quite a few corpses with the Scholar's Holy Shroud, so they are cordoning off the area near the headquarters."
Yan Wang froze upon hearing this. That is a big deal.
The two quickly ran to the main road ahead, where someone was waiting to receive them. "Over here, Protector Monk." Both of them rushed onto the white car parked by the roadside, and the vehicle immediately sped off like an arrow. Li Jiyu, while fastening his seatbelt, tried to suppress his panic. "Drop me off as close to the Fong Tone area as possible."
The driver immediately replied, "Yes, I understand." At this moment, Yanwan finally asked, "What should we do now?" She fastened the seatbelt for him and said confidently, "I will handle it." Stiffening, he asked further, "But aren't you guys specialized in catching those corpses? Why were you so helplessly attacked like that?" After finishing, she sat back in her seat with relief. Finally I can breathe. This matter is more complicated than you think. Do you still remember what Bai Yu once said? Yuan Wang. He stared blankly elsewhere.
Suddenly, memories of that day flashed back in his mind. It had been more than 20 years since the corpses appeared in the mortal realm, forcing humans to fight to protect themselves.
Back then, he was arrogant and disdainful, thinking they could just drive them away, so why would they need the Scholar's Holy Shroud?
Bai Yu back then calmly looked at him and said, "Lord Yin Wang." As the flashback ended, he stroked his chin and repeated word for word, "Even more foolish and weak than corpses," that was what she said.
Li Jiyu immediately agreed, "That is correct."
21 years ago, ever since corpses appeared here, established organizations like the Protector Monk Association and its affiliated protector companies have been regarded as part-time public servants. Hearing her description, Yan Wang's face grew even more clueless. It was somewhat like a police officer or a firefighter. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her head, Li Jiyu, remember this, Lord Yan Wang is still very naive. Lu Wang had once subtly reminded her about him. Aside from passing judgments, he knows absolutely nothing, so you must explain things to him as if he were a child. Only now did she understand, immediately holding her face in empathy, Lu Wang, you must be so exhausted. Li Jiyu broke into a sweat, having to explain things in a way so simple that even a child could grasp. And now, she officially treated him like a young child to explain. Lord Yan Wang, a protector monk, is basically a police officer who catches corpses. Li Jiyu used all her brainpower to try and describe, protecting humans from corpses and receiving a government salary. Normally, even a skilled protector monk can fight against 3 corpses. But well, that is only against normal corpses. She patiently sat and explained further. As for those who had been in hell for a long time due to their great sins, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them without the scholar's holy shroud. Li Jiyu continued to try his best to explain. Simply put, in terms of physical strength, corpses are much stronger than humans. A person with the scholar's holy shroud will gain additional spiritual energy, but a corpse with the scholar's holy shroud is even more powerful. She sighed and asked, well, do you understand better now? And the corpse wearing the shroud is called Saw Tuesday. Not long after, the car stopped. She and he hurriedly got out of the car. Li Ziyu was stunned by the sight before her. Oh my god! In front of her was a scene of ruined houses, dirt and rocks scattered everywhere. This place is really... There was no sign of life in any corner, concrete and steel piled up in desolate heaps. Yan Wang spoke up to reassure her, don't worry, I have the shroud, whether it's Satu or a corpse, I can handle it. But right in the middle of the space rift, Lu Wang appeared and countered, maybe it's not that easy. Li Ziyu was surprised by that appearance. Lu Wang. She panicked when she saw him, with your face covered in blood like this, are you okay? Lu Wang calmly replied, don't worry, it's not mine. Hearing this, Yan Wang felt more at ease, then he immediately got to the main point, is the interrogation finished? Lu Wang wondered to himself, it seems I used too many sweet words. In another development, Ivan was beaten so badly his teeth and lips were a mess. He stretched out his hand, saying in a panic, I have told you everything I know, please. Cowering, he begged in a weak voice, please stop. Lu Wang commented disdainfully, he is more useless than I thought. He grumbled and added, only this part is useful, some of Lord Yan Wang's subordinates have gone to join Debay. He immediately froze in place. However, Li Jiyu looked at the matter in an optimistic light, on the contrary, I think we are lucky, as we can also lure those corpses to our side. She flashed a radiant smile at the thought that had just flashed through her mind, right, Yan Wang? But the words she was about to say next immediately choked up, as if swallowed back inside. Yan Wang's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, and he struggled to blurt out the question, how many of them? Lu Wang hesitated and replied, this, your servant does not know either. Hearing this, Yan Wang pulled his hair in distress, what a headache. Yan Wang tensed up, pursing his lips to ask, Xian Wu or Bupa? In a corner of the ruins behind them, a corpse was lurking, watching the two of them. It would be fortunate if it wasn't those two. That corpse over there was drooling, its eyes filled with extreme greed. Yan Wang instructed her, Li Jiyu, contact the headquarters first. She was confused and did not understand his intention, to say what, sir? In an instant, he appeared in front of the corpse and replied, there are 2 supporters, they will arrive as quickly as possible. From his body, a strange red and black aura rose, and corpses began to appear here and there. Yan Wang's gaze towards it was also dreadfully cold. I will go through it by the shortest path. On the screen, a newly updated broadcast from Odyssey News appeared. The anchor read the content in a serious tone. Depressed patients undergoing treatment in the psychiatric ward suddenly caused a riot and left the hospital. Footage of a hospital corridor was broadcasted. This controversial riot occurred nationwide, and most of the confirmed patients were born in the year of Hoi. Next, the anchor switched the camera to a veteran expert in this field. Let's listen to Professor Kim Thong Chan's insights. Professor, do you consider this the beginning of a new social phenomenon?
Kim Thong-chan slowly spoke. Yes, that is correct, we are talking about the zodiac. Depending on each person's birth year, they are divided into corresponding zodiac signs. He continued, a total of 12 zodiac signs including rat, ox, and pig. The order of the zodiac cycle starts with rat and ends with pig. Kim Thong-chan explained further that those born in the year of the rat belong to the sign of the rat, while those born in the year of the rooster belong to the sign of the rooster. After decades of research and surveys, he has clearly understood this. Although this is considered an ancient folk belief, even to this day, we have discovered further abnormalities stemming from it. A group of people appeared with completely opposite states. People born in the year of the pig often suffer from depression, while those born in the year of the goat tend to be religious. The image of a figure completely covered, holding a knife, appeared on the screen. Meanwhile, those born in the year of the snake show a soaring rate among murderers. Kim Thong-chan raised his hand, asserting they believe something is affecting people and are researching the matter. The editor immediately chimed in, thanking the professor for sharing. Afterwards, the editor switched to another news segment. Up next is the news coverage updated since last night. Casualties are increasing as corpses attack the Protector Monk headquarters, and here is a live broadcast for more details. The editor quickly asked, Reporter F.A. Shuaya, how is the situation there? F.A. Shuaya held the microphone and replied, yes, it is currently 10:27 a.m. and corpses are still flooding everywhere. The scene of countless injured people was clearly visible on the screen, even though the Protector monks with telekinetic power were doing their best to hold back the corpses. Many seriously injured people were struggling between the line of life and death, but unlike usual, they moved in an organized manner. In addition, many corpses with demonic energy appeared, making suppression difficult. F.A. Shuaya tensely reported, I am also trapped in a temporary relief station, we are waiting for more reinforcements to deal with the corpses. Sweat poured down his face as the sudden incident occurred. When the corpses breached the barrier, an unimaginable terror was about to happen. Suddenly, a roaring voice echoed, get out of the way, interrupting his news update. F.A. Dahu turned his head sharply to observe the situation and uttered the last two words, it's happening. The atmosphere instantly became suffocatingly tense. The wall was breached, and the transmission connection was immediately lost. Appearing before everyone's eyes was a completely destroyed section of the wall. On the other side of the boundary, hordes of living corpses were lurking. Leading the army of corpses was none other than Yi-Wu. The corpses were approaching. Yi-Wu slowly stepped forward, muttering Buddhist chants from his mouth, Namo Ammitpa Buddha, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. A sinister purple mist emanated from around his body. Yi-Wu calmly spoke, a massacre, indeed a massacre. He coldly looked down at the humans with a contemptuous tone, while the eyes of the living beings looked so pitiful. The Protector monk glared angrily at Yi-Wu. He casually asked, Dear patrons, are you by any chance hiding something? The man turned to the woman beside him in confusion and asked back, hiding? Yi-Wu quietly observed them. Before long, he signaled the corpses to surge forward and attack, casually saying, they probably don't know. The Protector monk immediately took a defensive stance with the scholar's holy shroud. He tensely ordered, take the wounded out of here quickly, the Protector can handle this on his own. Just as he finished speaking, a corpse rushed straight at him like a starved beast. Humph, he braced himself to resist. The young man engaged in battle, shouting curses, you damn corpses. With just a single strike, he shattered a corpse to pieces. Charging forward to launch his attacks, he yelled with all his might, hold them back. He clashed with them and roared, try to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, a familiar groan echoed from behind him, ah ah ah. Turning around, he was horrified to see his comrades falling into a disadvantage. Therefore, he instantly rushed over, unleashing a technique to save them, get lost, you bastards. Supporting his comrade to stand up, he asked about his condition, are you okay? Can you walk? Ahead was a scene of utter chaos, as both sides clashed violently as if to tear each other apart. He grit his teeth in resentment. The Protector monks were still desperately fighting and holding their ground here to buy time. They were working together to fight against the massive army of corpses.
His face became extremely grim as he realized the truth. Compared to their side, the corpses were overwhelmingly superior in number. If this continued, everyone would die. Just when the situation was critical and there was no way back, good news suddenly arrived. Protector Monk, reinforcements are coming. His morale finally improved a bit, and he quickly asked, "Great, how many people are there?" But the messenger looked troubled, hesitating to speak. Two. You immediately guessed, 200? That is more than enough. The informant's eyes evaded to another direction. Seeing that appearance, you glanced at your comrade and wondered, 20 could also escape after all. But the messenger's face turned even more pale. He did not dare to look straight at you. At this moment, your face was almost blank. Stop joking, man. You looked at the situation before your eyes and exclaimed, 2 people with this mess? Unbeknownst to you, Iwu had already appeared right behind your back. His bone-chilling voice echoed, how shameful. You were terrified, a cold sensation running down your spine. Iwu stepped forward to stand opposite you and said, heaven seems to have abandoned you guys. You stared wide-eyed at the person in front of you, inwardly thinking about what your intuition was telling you. Iwu folded his hands in prayer, Namo Amatba. He could sense that this guy was terrifyingly strong, as the old man curled his lips into a contemptuous sneer. He realized that from now on, his life was entirely in the old man's hands. Iwu circled behind his back once more. He understood clearly that his life was being held by this corpse. While walking, Iwu chanted, empty-handed we come, empty-handed we go, alas, how fleeting is a human's fading life. Immediately after, a crimson energy surged up from beneath the ground, spreading right under his feet. Iwu mocked, a life passing by like that, isn't it such a waste? Cold sweat covered his face, and he did not even dare to utter a single word. The old man smiled eerily and said, don't worry, this poor monk only wants to have a chat. Iwu tilted his head up to look at the gloomy sky. Benefactor, do you know that we have captured Baiyu? His face turned pale with disbelief. Captured Lady Baiyu? How could that be? He laughed out loud, leaning close to his face. But this is actually not important. At the same time, somewhere else, Xianwu's group was rushing at the speed of light. Iwu whispered, last night when coming to capture Baiyu, she told this poor monk a trivial story. He recalled the moment Baiyu and Xianwu faced each other, which was indeed a very trivial old story. He continued to talk to himself, hearing that she is a powerful subordinate of Debay, but it seems she doesn't want to talk to us using that intelligent brain. Iwu speculated on her action, surely she was trying to buy time. Because he discovered that Baiyu's purpose in doing so was to let her comrades escape. He sneered, this poor monk has. Something was wrong, so he searched around, but it was troublesome because he couldn't see anything. Jiyu thought it seemed to be hiding somewhere. With a gloomy face, he grumpily asked, what on earth do you want to say? Iwu only smiled and did not answer. He pointed his hand toward the crowd that was trying to evacuate. Iwu calmly said, children, the elderly, and the injured, it is definitely hiding there. He knelt down as if asking for permission, please let me in. Ziyu placed his hand on the old monk's shoulder and asked, what if you can't find it? He lifted the talisman on his face and said, this poor monk will not cause any more trouble and will return quietly. Iwu smirked, when I was alive, Having once been a monk, he had never forgotten how precious life was. He indifferently continued, if the benefactor lets this poor monk in, I guarantee I will not harm anyone. Heart-wrenching screams continued to echo, arg. Oh. He gave a half-smile, I only need to capture the one hiding in that crowd. The young man frowned, his face clearly showing utter terror. Iwu calmly asked, well, what is your decision, benefactor? The space suddenly seemed to freeze, becoming eerily quiet. Iwu asked for permission, but his tone was nothing short of a threat, shall we go in there? The young man's face grew increasingly panicked and helpless, while the citizens and the horde of corpses all stared intently at him. He tried to suppress his fear and turned his head to look back, his wounded comrades lying scattered everywhere, while the enemies closely surrounded them. In a hidden corner, Baingathu was hiding and observing the entire development. He grit his teeth, feeling extremely uncomfortable in his heart, and secretly cursed that he was indeed as persistent as a leech, following him all the way here. Bingatha poked his head out, secretly thinking that as long as he wasn't found, the enemy would not return, and there was no way left to run. The medical staff painfully reminded him not to move heavily anymore. If the protector monk still forced himself to sit up, the corpses, cough cough. Bingatha's mind was in constant turmoil. He could not let everyone sacrifice themselves for him anymore. What should he do if he surrendered himself then? He remembered the words Bayu had once softly told him, "It all depends on you," and her resilient figure remained deeply engraved in his mind. Bingatha clenched his hand into a fist. No, Lady Bayu had trusted him and handed it over to him. He bit his lip, seemingly still hesitating. If he were to be caught like this, all his efforts would go down the drain. Suddenly, a slender hand gently rested on his shoulder, with a red thread wrapped around the wrist. The person appearing before Bingatha was Li Jiyu, exhaling a breath of air. On the battlefield, Yiwu leaned on his staff and slowly walked forward. He whispered softly, "What will the benefactor do?" making him pale with fear. His face froze, his complexion turning pale with terror. His comrade suddenly yelled, "Damn it!" He startled and turned to look at the other. He sneered mockingly, claiming to cherish life. The more he spoke, the louder his laughter became. "But why does your entire body reek of a putrid smell of blood?" He tried to stand firm and warned, "Senior, do not easily believe him, that bastard just wants to see this scene." Yiwu raised his face with arrogance, his lips mumbling as if saying something, then grinned. He grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and said in a mocking voice, "You are still struggling in pain without knowing that you are about to die, aren't you? It makes this monk truly satisfied." Yiwu burst into laughter, viewing him like a flickering candle in the wind. He raised his mysterious staff and chanted, "Ha ha, empty-handed you come, empty-handed you go, born with nothing." A dark purple sphere condensed on the tip of the mysterious staff. Yiwu grinned eerily, and at death, empty-handed as well. Immediately after, a surge of power blasted directly toward him, while he no longer had the strength to dodge. However, an unexpected incident occurred as a ray of crimson power brushed past his hand. Yiwu froze at this sudden sneak attack, and his mysterious staff fell to the ground. A wound appeared on his wrist along with a dark red flame. Yiwu stared intently at the wound on his hand, feeling as if the flame was eating away at his flesh. Yiwu immediately turned around to search for something. Right at that moment, a foot wearing a black shoe appeared. He clenched his fist, and his tone of voice turned much more serious. Yiwu called out a greeting, "It has been a long time." Appearing before Yiwu's eyes was Yin Wang's group approaching with a fierce aura, their bodies enveloped in bright red flames. He blurted out, "Lord Yin Wang." Distant memories suddenly flooded back, a chaotic sequence of images appearing one after another. During the years when Lord Yin Wang was still in office, one of his 12 subordinates, the weird monk Yiwu, once again revealed his familiar smile. When he was still a human, Yiwu had crossed mountains and streams, entering alone into the lair of the tiger that had bitten the young novices to death. His eyes rolled back when he saw those corpses. Yiwu raged to the extreme, tearing the tiger apart right then and there. After avenging them, he departed. Then a transaction of the century occurred, and that rebellious monk was noticed and became a subordinate of Yin Wang. Lu Wang frowned with great annoyance. "Yiwu, this name?" He licked the wound on his hand, not expecting him to side with the Bei. Yin Wang cast a freezing cold gaze toward him and asked, "Why are you here, Yiwu?" He replied in a sarcastic tone, "You look much better than the last time we met, having a happy retirement, huh?" Upon hearing this, Yin Wang immediately froze in place. Yiwu continued to taunt him, while his face was filled with murderous intent. He smirked and asked, "So, have you found Jiang Lin yet?" That question successfully provoked him, and Yin Wang's gaze toward Yiwu grew increasingly furious. After that, he laughed to himself and waved his hand. "Ha ha, I was just joking, just joking. I was so happy to meet you that I made a little joke." Yiwu turned his back and said, "By the way, this humble monk didn't know that you had taken on a new subordinate. That flame hurts quite a bit." That playful attitude of his made Lu Wang furious. "Yiwu, how dare you be so disrespectful to Lord Yin Wang?" Yiwu sat down, picked up his mysterious staff, and stammered, "Well, He used a contemptuous gaze to express his attitude. I am not on that side anymore.
That reaction left Lu Wang speechless. Wu.
He leaned on his staff, turned his heel, and replied, I was only asking just in case. Wu smiled calmly. Lord Yen Wang, please forgive me this time. He cracked his knuckles, making a clicking sound, coldly.
Don't refuse, stop dreaming. You deserve to be beaten up and thrown into hell.
His voice grew even colder, because I accidentally overheard the entire story.
Wu fell silent for a moment before replying, that's more like it. He pointed his finger and explained, because the one who will be overthrown is none other than Yen Wang. Lu Wang angrily scolded, you lunatic, do you really think you can defeat Yen Wang? Wu, with his tall stature, looked down at Yen Wang's group of 3 as if evaluating them. Well.
He smiled again, his right hand supporting his injured wrist. We'll only know who is stronger after a real comparison. Wu raised his mysterious staff high to gather energy for his move. His mouth opened wide as he roared, from afar, listen to my call. Immediately, an extremely high-frequency sound spread in all directions. The corpses simultaneously tilted their heads toward the source of the sound. Wu shouted loudly, the great Yen Wang has returned, causing the corpses to startle and freeze. It turned out he used this method to transmit the message from a long distance, letting everyone know that he was growing stronger and had become a major obstacle for Lord Debay. That terrifying sound grew louder by the day. Except for his group, everyone clutched their ears and complained, it is so deafening. Wu, still showing no fear, continued, but his current phase is his weakest. If we want to destroy him, this is the only time. Hearing this, Yen Wang blared at him with deathly eyes. Wu smugly declared, therefore, we will begin the war to eliminate Yen Wang. Then, he immediately made the first move. From behind Wu, thousands of corpses appeared simultaneously. The old man cursed, if you die in this battle, this humble monk wishes you to be reborn in the Pure Land. The crowd of corpses instantly obeyed the order, covering with the scholar's holy shroud and focusing their strength on his shoulders. Meanwhile, he remained standing still, radiating murderous aura while closely observing their every move. Behind Iwu's back, strange patterns emerged, and he sneered amidst the surrounding corpses. He calmly assigned the task, Li Jiyu, you evacuate everyone first. Each and every one of them was eagerly waiting for the command to charge forward. He clearly stated, because this place will soon become a battlefield for me to display my skills after all this time. Li Jiyu did not want to do so and spoke up, the number of Huazi's men is very large, I will stay here to help you. Yen Wang placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. He spoke in a gentle voice, instead of fighting, you should still listen to me. There are many other more important things, please help me lead everyone to safety. Li Jiyu quietly looked at him, her lips pursed in difficulty. In the very next second, she immediately went into action, everyone follow me to evacuate, this way. Yen Wang ordered Lu Wang to follow, you too, go help Li Jiyu. Lu Wang immediately received the order, yes, Lord Yen Wang. The two began to put all their efforts into moving the injured citizens and protector monks out of there, this way, evacuate quickly. Wu sneered contemptuously, raising the mysterious staff high in his hand. A strange, evil aura instantly radiated from his body. Wu asked confidently, do you think you can defeat me all by yourself? Yen Wang only replied to him with a smile. Wu remarked, still the same attitude as always, I see. Then, he gathered his strength and slammed the mysterious staff heavily onto the tiled floor, a surge of a fierce force immediately erupted. The corpses instantly understood, surging forward all at once, as Wu ordered in a cold voice, go die. Even though they carried shroud energy and attacked him simultaneously, he still stood calmly in place. Baek Dehe observed the situation and asked, did you bring the shroud, sir? He indifferently replied, not yet. Yuan Wang turned his head and explained, the scope of your shroud energy's influence is extremely wide, so humans will be sucked in, and ordinary people are also easily hurt. He instructed, just wait in hell first. On the other side of the spatial rift, Baek Dehe bowed her head, understood. At this moment, the corpses seemed to be re-energized, surging to close in on him, their hands covered in shroud energy trying to reach out. The surge of power had pressed right before Yan Wang's eyes, yet he still showed no reaction. However, a mysterious source of power suddenly knocked everyone back. The corpses, caught off guard, were furiously enraged, their teeth gritting and their eyes filled with wrath. They stood up again, gathering energy in their hands and preparing to charge once more. But he was faster. Yan Wang appeared right above their heads with an extremely cool stance. He delivered a powerful kick straight down onto the two heads below. Afterward, he landed flawlessly, leaving only a cloud of white smoke behind him. Suddenly, someone tried to ambush him, but he reacted instantly and dodged it. Yan Wang's hand condensed a fiery red flame. With just a light wave of his hand, they were blown away. Yan Wang swiftly grabbed one enemy under his arm while dodging another's attack. Then, with a quick twist of his body, he used the captive as a shield to block the oncoming blow. Before they could react, they were instantly blown back. Yan Wang coldly gathered the energy of his karma fire. Immediately after, a dark red flame flared up intensely, incinerating them. He even controlled the flame to track down the enemy. Before long, the fire rushed right in front of Yi Wu. But he did not show any sign of fear. He muttered, "A fire that burns down everything it touches, what a troublesome ability." As soon as the words left his mouth, a minion rushed out to take the blow for him. He said smugly, "But, Lord Yan Wang." He paused, staring coldly at his opponent. He then raised his mysterious staff to gather his move. A dense surge of energy began to violently concentrate at the top of the staff. He growled, "Aren't you underestimating us a bit too much?" As soon as he finished, he immediately slammed the staff down to showcase his power. Yi Wu laughed fiercely, his face full of confidence. He began to sow sin with the technique called Dark Deity Rakshasa. The Buddhist bead began to show unusual signs. A black energy was slowly enveloping the entire bead. Yan Wang curled his lips, secretly smiling and calculating, "Ordinary karma fire is useless against you, isn't it? Let me consider a new technique." At the same time, he also detected an intruder and prepared to block the attack. He looked with a judging gaze. The sudden attack was slow, needing only to be caught and thrown to the ground. But just as he was about to block the strike with his bare hands, a black rope suddenly appeared. It tightly bound his hand, making his left hand seemingly impossible to move. Yan Wang found the current situation extremely annoying. A moment later, only a thick mist remained where he had been standing, with no figure in sight. It turned out he had dodged to another spot. Yan Wang knelt down and exclaimed, "Ah, so dangerous. It has been so long that I completely forgot about it." A bleeding wound had already appeared on his face. Yi Wu's scholar's holy shroud was indeed the dark deity Rakshasa. The old man still kept a highly confident smile on his lips. He cast a curse upon his own body and bound that part tightly, simultaneously causing the corresponding part on his opponent's body to also be cursed and immobilized. Yan Wang burst into laughter. "Haha, what a petty dark art." He glanced down at the ground and judged contemptuously, "Trash." The very next second, it surged up into a sharp spike and lunged straight at him. As time dragged on, corpses plummeted from the sky, and the curse spread further across his body. A bizarre light suddenly emanated from the top of the mysterious staff. He told himself he had to quickly resolve this issue before his limbs were completely bound. Even with only one usable hand left, he was still strong enough to handle everything. Yan Wang unleashed continuous palm strikes with lightning-fast movements. Then, he bent down, executing a long sweeping kick across the ground. What should he do next? The army of corpses was densely packed. The moment one was taken down, he had to immediately switch to dealing with another. Scoff, his sharp eyes swept over everything. After that, he kicked a corpse flying straight away. Suddenly, a short sword fell from the high sky. He caught it and struck an extremely cool pose. Yan Wang sneered, "Isa, how lucky, let me borrow heaven's sword for a bit." At this time, Li Jiyu, who was evacuating everyone, couldn't help but be stunned. Anxiousness welled up in her heart. "Lord Yan Wang, is everything really alright?" Lu Wang floated and countered, senseless worrying. "Although Lord Yan Wang looks a bit silly, smells like peppermint like an old man, and has naive and reckless thoughts. Although he always criticizes when he opens his mouth, you really don't need to worry to that extent. But if you are worried, why didn't you stay? Li Jiyu smiled forcefully and replied, I wanted to as well. But at that time he said, instead of fighting, there are still many more important things. Li Jiyu's face was still smiling, but in her heart, she actually felt disappointed. He spoke so tactfully, making it feel as if even if I stayed, I wouldn't be able to help with anything. Lu Wang had a different thought. I don't think Lord Yin Wang meant that. Li Jiyu suddenly lowered her voice. I'm fine, humans don't have shroud energy. There are many things that even if we want to, we are helpless. Hearing that, Lu Wang immediately shut his mouth. Suddenly, a panicked male voice rang out, Ms. Li Jiyu. So it was binge-worthy. He hastily asked, where is Yin Wang now? I have something to give him. Li Jiyu replied, the battle with the corpses is not over yet, unless it is an urgent matter. But before she could finish, she noticed a green shadow hovering in the air. Binge-worthy asserted, my business is very urgent. He emitted a green aura, showing his straight white teeth but in a savage way. Li Jiyu panicked and shouted a warning, watch out behind you, Ngathu. Under the ground, a few bizarre green stalks were undulating, but Binge-worthy's reaction was extremely slow. Huh? From the ground, sharp thorns began to grow, and Li Jiyu immediately ran over to embrace him tightly. So those thorns turned to attack her. Li Jiyu closed her eyes tightly, preparing to endure it. The next second, only a loud explosion and a cloud of dust were heard, while he quietly observed the blast. He hovered in midair for a moment, then spoke in utter confusion. An explosion? It should have been the sound of them being slashed, shouldn't it? As the dust cleared, a new protective shield appeared, with a hand trying to reinforce the defense. The one who created it was Binge-worthy, and Li Jiyu standing behind was equally astonished. He asked with concern, Miss Li Jiyu, are you alright? Li Jiyu immediately replied, yes, thankfully you are here, but what is going on? Can you use the scholar's holy shroud? Binge-worthy embarrassedly explained, I'm sorry, because earlier Ms. Baiyu didn't allow me to reveal my identity. Just like Baiyu, I work for the Protector Monk Association. Even though blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, he still did his best to hold his ground, while introducing himself, 12 armors, Binge-worthy. 12 armors, pawn, Binge-worthy. But his strength had also reached its limit, causing the protective barrier to shatter, cough. Binge-worthy knelt down in pain. Li Jiyu anxiously ran over, brother Ngathu. Lu Wang immediately rushed out to stop her, Li Jiyu, get back. But she did not understand, Lu Wang. It turned to him and said, Binge-worthy? I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've seen you. Are you sure you are one of the 12 armors? Binge-worthy looked up and replied, you must be Master Lu Wang, right? It is understandable that you do not recognize me. Oh. But those thorns would not let the two of them continue chatting. They lunged forward to attack him again. Fortunately, he still had enough strength to resist. Binge-worthy struggled while shouting loudly, I am a new recruit who joined after Lord Yin Wang resigned. Just as he finished his sentence, he was completely exhausted, and the protective barrier was shattered. In that critical moment, Li Jiyu was still one step faster, pulling him away to dodge. Reaching a safe position, she immediately asked, are you okay? Binge-worthy bent over, his voice weak to the point of hoarseness, cough, cough, how shameful. Lu Wang, still suspicious, immediately questioned him, hey, are you kidding me? What kind of 12 armors spits blood after taking just one blow? Binge-worthy hesitated for a moment before replying, our 12 armors are no different from normal humans now. He struggled to raise his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he continued. Upon falling to the mortal realm, all the powers bestowed by Lord Debay were stripped away. At present, we cannot even use the scholar's holy shroud properly. Lu Wang was shocked and cried out. What? Your powers were revoked? Has Debay abandoned you? He immediately flew into a rage and shouted. He is insane, abandoning his own subordinates. Where on earth did your shroud power go? Returning to the intense battle, Yen Wang burst into a gleeful laughter. Yen Wang called out his name directly, Yi Wu. He pointed his blade at him, his voice as cold as someone interrogating a prisoner. I can feel the Bei's power within you. Did he abandon the 12 armors? Yan Wang thought about it but still could not understand why. It was truly beyond words. Right after that, he adjusted the direction of his blade, his steel-like voice ringing out, "Kneel down. If you surrender, out of consideration for our past, I will hand down a punishment that will make you wish you were dead." Yi Wu calmly asked back, "Is that supposed to be persuasion?" He immediately replied with a single word, "No." Yan Wang growled out each word, "Either way, you will be punished. Answer me quickly." Yi Wu still appeared indifferent, not even bothering to care. But just a moment later, he burst into a wild, maniacal laughter like a madman. "Ka ha 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 ha. Ha, this is more like it. When would Yan Wang ever forgive anyone?" He laughed like crazy, his tone as if he had seen through the opponent's heart. "I know you, as clearly as the palm of my hand." With that, Yi Wu slammed the mysterious staff heavily onto the ground and shouted loudly, "Surrender your life here." Suddenly, an abnormality appeared in Yan Wang's right eye. He frowned in discomfort. The right eye is done for. Yi Wu roared loudly, "Kill him." Upon receiving the command, the crowd of living corpses immediately rushed toward him like a disturbed nest of ants. His right eye kept emitting a dark purple light. Although his right eye was no longer functional, his ears remained extremely sharp. Yan Wang immediately swung his blade and slashed forward. A cold slash swept past the 3 corpses. Unfortunately, the strike missed as the 3 corpses split their positions to launch a coordinated ambush on him. Yan Wang instantly spun the hilt of his blade. After locking onto the target, he channeled all his strength and hurled it forward. The blade flew swiftly, leaving behind a long trail of smoke just like a rocket. Yi Wu glared at him with rage and threw his blade.